Hello, everyone. I'm Shay Sandifer. I'm president of the Game Developers Club at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and I'm excited to welcome all of you here today to Digital Entertainment Conference 2020. In particular, I'd like to thank anyone visiting from the other local game development clubs, especially the UMD Game Developers Club and the Salisbury University Attendees. The Digital Entertainment Conference started back in 2005 when the club was first founded, and the annual conference has featured a variety of talented game developers from the Maryland area over the years. This year, we have 4 presenters: Katie Hirsch, Ryan Griffin, Eric Bakutis, and Bobby Foster, here with us to speak to you about the experience and knowledge they have gained through their years in game development. Before we begin, I'd like to briefly recognize some of the people who have helped make this event possible. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Mark Alano, our club advisor who has been at the center of game development here at UMBC for me and a lot of the other past presidents. I'd also like to thank everyone who's been on the club executive board this past year: Anthony, Cade, Trevor, Ben, Felice, and Kayla. Thank you. I couldn't do this without you. And finally, I'd like to thank our speakers who are taking the time to be with us here today. All 4 of them are here today because they want to share with you why game development is so important to them and help you become the next generation of game developers. A few brief notes before we begin. Don't forget to join the Discord server for the event, where we have a dedicated Ask Questions Here channel for you to ask questions whenever the presenters open things up for Q&A. You can find the link for the Discord server just in the description below this video. As for the schedule today, our first presenter will be Katie Hirsch from 11 a.m. to noon. From noon to 1, we'll have Ryan Griffin. From 1 to 2, we'll have a break for lunch, where you're free to chat with presenters and other attendees in the Discord. After that, we'll have our 2 evening presentations. From 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., we'll have Eric Bakutis. From 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., we'll have Bobby Foster. And then that'll wrap up our presentations, and from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., we'll just be dedicated for any additional time you want to spend talking with other attendees and presenters in the Discord server. We have some exciting presentations ahead of us today, and so now I'd like to hand things over to our first speaker.
Anybody else?
Yeah, we're running into some technical difficulties. We're trying to get it back up now.
Okay.
All right, so I started streaming again. I think I've got the key correct. Oh, look, there I am. Hi, everybody. I'm Katie Hirsch. Thank you for joining us today for the DEC. I'm kicking us off. I'm a user interface programmer at ZeniMax Online Studios. I've been there for almost 3 years, and I want to thank everyone for coming out. I want to thank our organizers for having us, for UMBC for putting it on for us. So I'll start by talking a little bit about my background in the industry, and also I want this to kind of be dynamic, open to discussion. So if there are any questions throughout on any of the topics that I start covering, feel free to chime in, or if there's a topic you'd like me to cover. I think I'm the only programmer presenting today, so any of those programmers out there that want to hear something that I'm not touching on, please let me know. So to start, I'm an alum of UMBC, so go Retrievers. I have a degree there in computer science and in visual arts with a concentration in animation. My first job was at Breakaway Games, where among serious games is what we called them, working on software that used game technology to solve real-world problems. I worked on a lot of those non-entertainment titles, and then in addition to that, my first entertainment title was Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth 2's expansion Rise of the Witch King. I did the opening video for that, kind of got to use both the art and the computer science skills. I started there actually as an artist, switched over to programming as a tools programmer, working on the UI tool, and that's what got me into UI. I love getting to actually use both my degrees, as the UI is so visual, and I get to work with artists, which I love. So I from there got to be the lead programmer on Command & Conquer 3's expansion, Caden's Wrath, lead UI programmer, not lead programmer. So I helped develop both the PC and Xbox titles for that expansion as the user interface lead. After that, I finished up my 3.5 years at Breakaway by switching over to Firaxis, where I was hired for an unannounced title. After 9 months working on that or so, they shelved it, and I worked on XCOM Enemy Unknown for about 9-10 months or so before they pulled me onto Civ 5 because it needed some help getting out the door. So I helped work on the UI for Civ 5 for a little while, and then they came back right before it was about to ship and said, yeah, that thing we hired you for, it's not coming back. So we don't have a job for you after Civ 5 ships. And I was part of a 20-person layoff, first Firaxis had ever done. But within a month, I got picked up by Day One Studios, originally as a contractor, because they didn't think a first-person shooter had that much UI. I convinced them very quickly that, yeah, they actually did need another full-time UI person. And within 8-9 months of being there, got brought on as a full-time UI person, helped kick Fear 3 out the door. And then we were working on another unannounced title for a studio, publisher that thought, hey, we really love what you're doing, but we don't think there's a market for it. So we're going to shelve it, can it, and that led to 70% of the staff being let go that day, including me. So from there, I did a stint at a startup company using video game technology to try and do education, which is really where my heart's at. Unfortunately, we never really got the funding we needed, so after that, I left the game industry for a little while. I worked at a series of web development studios working on user interface there, including Bridgestone and Tenable Network Security, and just was feeling under-challenged. There's something different about getting to work with artists, getting to work on the difficult problems that you have to solve in games, and having to play with 3D versus 2D and all of that I just missed. So I got back into the games industry at ZeniMax about almost 3 years ago, and been there ever since. Helped ship Elsewhere and Somerset, and the current expansion that we're working on now for Elder Scrolls Online. So that's a little bit of my background history. Any questions so far, or should I start diving into topics of computer science? Yeah, I'm Swagfest over here. I've got my ZeniMax shirt. I've got my Day One mug. Command and Conquer over here in the background.
Where are we responding? In the YouTube chat or?
Oh, am I on the wrong channel? I'm in the questions channel on Discord.
You can ask questions in this chat.
Okay. Do we have any questions? If not, I'm going to dive into my favorite topic in UI, which is not usually taught in... oh, I forgot to mention, I've been an adjunct professor at UMBC, so many of you who are...
No, you're fine. You can just ask your questions here.
So, anyway, I'm going to talk a little bit about localization, because that's something that I'm passionate about, and most people have never heard anything about it. Localization has to be done on every game, and usually should be done on most softwares that ship these days, but most people don't know anything about it. It's the ability to translate software into multiple languages so that you can ship it across multiple different countries simultaneously. So in order for us to do that, every piece of text on the game, everything that the player is going to read, has to be able to be translated into other languages. That's why, when you're playing your game and you're like, okay, well, the exit button's like that big and the word exit's like this big. Why is that? It's because it may be a lot longer in German. So we have to accommodate both the visual design of our user interfaces for shipping in other languages, as well as accommodate for the different languages themselves. So that means we also have to deal with the fun issues of text like gender and plural singular. So in English we don't have this, but in most of the Romance languages, something can be either masculine or feminine, like Eiffel Tower or El Eiffel Tower, depending on which language you're in. So if we were translating a Civ sentence like the French built the Eiffel Tower, it may, in another language, be worded as the Eiffel Tower was built by the French. So the variables aren't even in the same order anymore. So we have to create a localization structure that accommodates for getting variables from different places and also manages their singular plural aspect. In cases like, oh, maybe the French built 2 Eiffel Towers. What does Eiffel Towers mean? It's not just slap an apostrophe S on the end of it, which I have seen designers do. So that's one of those lesser known things that are really important to be aware of when you're doing user interface. So either as an artist or as a programmer. Have I gotten any questions yet, or boring everybody already? Am I not hearing people? Is that the problem? So I have not heard any questions. Is it my fault?
I'm going to ask my questions later on once you go into specific games and UI.
Okay. Is that a question? Would we like to talk about my specific games and UI?
You do have a question, actually.
Okay, please tell me.
So let's see. So Felice had a question. When you switched from mostly art to programming, what skills or concepts transferred the most?
Okay, so the question was, when I switched from art to programming, what skills transferred the most? Now, I came through actually being a programmer as well as an artist, so I already had the programming skills. I didn't need to pick those up when I switched from art to programming. The ultimate thing, my favorite part about going from art to programming, is that a lot of programmers aren't familiar with how the artist's pipeline works, how being an artist works. And so, unfortunate as it is, there are a lot of programmers who really mangle artists' art. And so I saw myself as a service provider for the artists. I'm here to get your art in the best way possible so that it keeps the intent of the artist. So understanding the artist's intent, I also worked with a lot of artists who were so afraid that their art would get mangled, that they would spend an extra week trying to point out every pixel and what the right pixel location and everything would be for this piece of art so that it would go in correctly. And I'd be like, you know what, I can open Photoshop. You're good. Just give me the art, I'll cut it up. So I've also been able to work with UI artists, depending and meeting them where their skill sets lie because of my background. So if I've got an artist who loves Flash, loves doing animation in Flash, they can go to town. They'll do all of the building and everything, and then I'll just take it and clean it up and make it a little less cumbersome for the engine to run. Or I've got somebody who's like, you know what, I don't do that Flash stuff. That's a little too technical for me. Here's some Photoshop files. And I'll be like, okay, great. I'll take the Photoshop files. I'll cut them up. No problem. So I kind of try to meet the artists where they are. And so having the background helped me to do that a lot easier. So I'd say that's where it related the most. Also being an art student and a computer science student in UMBC was fun because while I was in graphics, I was having to write my own ray tracer. This was graduate level graphics. So don't get afraid of having to write your own ray tracer if you've never done graphics before. So, I'd be writing my own ray tracer, and then I'd go into the art department and work on my animation, and my coworker or my fellow students would be like, why is this ray tracing take so long? And be like, well, let me explain to you what ray tracing actually does. And I was just impressed at how fast their ray tracers were working compared to my little student ray tracer. So being able to talk both languages, I'd say, is the primary advantage to having had both. It was I'd say also the major difference is art, you have to be focused in on the same thing day after day after day, and it can get very tedious, but it also, if you enjoy, it's very cathartic. It creates a very calm, fun sense. And I'll let the artists talk more to what it's like. I know a lot of artists on our team will sit there with entire seasons from Netflix in the background while they're working and stuff. Art was always get the work done. It doesn't matter how awake you are. Programming was like, you still need a brain. You still need to get some sleep. So I liked, in the work environment, having programming because I liked having a different problem to solve every day. Whereas I got a little tired of working on the same piece of art every day, day after day. But I still like to do a little bit of art on my own. So, other questions? I know the stream's a little behind where I am.
I have one question.
Sure.
So I think I heard you mention that you're a UMBC grad. Did you say that?
I am a UMBC grad.
So were you able to get an internship in the industry while at UMBC?
A great question that was just asked is, was I able to get an internship in the games industry while I was at UMBC? Now, there was no games track when I was at UMBC. I helped create the games track after I graduated. Yes, I'm that old. So I didn't have the support of the games club and all of that working for me. There wasn't anything in place or anything like that. I actually had to find it myself. And what I would say, networking is a fun thing. It's when I'm talking about personal networking, not writing code networking, it's about creating those opportunities. And yes, you still need to do your work, you still need to work hard and have the skill set. But networking is about creating the opportunities so that you can show, networking opens the door. Having the skill set lets you walk through it. So those things work together. So what I would say to any student is, whatever you're passionate about, tell anybody and everybody. And be passionate about it, because that's what's going to get you the opportunity. I went to a panel discussion at UMBC, met the CIO for UMBC, and was passionate about, I want to work in games, I'm really excited about this, these are the things I'm doing. And he put me in contact with somebody who had a list of all the game companies in the area, and I just spent the winter semester calling all of them, finding that some of them were out of business, some of them didn't exist anymore, and just to putting my foot out there, trying to get some ideas out there. And I got a chance to interview with Breakaway, but they kind of were dragging their feet about the possibility of getting me an internship. And I also, one of the places I'd called back in the winter, come summer, just randomly, when I was like, I interviewed for Breakaway, they'd said they'd get back to me next week. This company called me out of the blue. They called my parents because, of course, my dorm phone number had changed and everything. And they're like, we need to interview this person. Can you get her? So I went into, it was a little tiny shop. There were like 14 people in the whole office. It was and that's the thing. Most game companies are so small, they're not going to be at your career fairs. They're not going to be out there looking for students to hire because they just don't have the resources to interview everybody that wants to work there. So they hunted me down because they just weren't getting any intern applications because no one knew about them. And I got to go in and interview. I'm a big fan of Sierra. I grew up playing Sierra games. The producer had a Sierra t-shirt on when I walked in. And it was like, wow, I'm meeting my hero just interviewing here. And they basically told me at the end of the interview, when would you like to start? So I worked at this company. It was called, originally when I started there, it was called Gentle Revolution Software. Then we decided that sounded a little too wimpy, so it became GRS Games. And then we lost our funding. Our producer spent way too much of the year that I was going to school and working there a couple days a week, trying to pitch this to publishers in the wrong way. Instead of it being a space station simulation game, he kept trying to call it Sims in Space. And they'd be like, well, the astronauts aren't smiling enough. Like, well, great, we can't launch the SOAS yet. Let's focus on the actual gameplay. So we got scope creeped to death, and then the investors pulled their funding. So the president funded the next 3 months out of his own pocket. And when he ran out of money, he came in and said, you're not going to get paid Friday. And so everyone kind of got together and organized a pitch for, this is what we're willing to do to ship the game because we love the game. And and he'd invested too much of his own money at that point and wasn't willing to take a step back, which was one of the major requirements. We need you to stop scope creeping so we can finish. And so one day, everybody just, went out for lunch, grabbed boxes from the local grocery store, came back in, and packed up their desks. And that's how my internship ended. So if I didn't know then that this industry is volatile, I wasn't going to figure that out. So yes, this is a volatile industry. I am very fortunate right now to work at ZeniMax Online Studios, which is one of the most stable companies in this area. We actually have people who have worked there 5, 10, 15 years and have not left the company, which is unheard of in this industry. And from my personal experience, I can tell you it's unheard of. But it's really nice to have that kind of support at the company I'm at right now. So that was my internship experience. Thank you for the question. Any more questions?
Brief UI question.
Brief UI question?
So you mentioned before how when you can bridge the gap between programmers and artists in UI, so you can usually break up the artist's work pretty easily compared to giving it to other programmers who might not have experience with that. What are some of the most common trappings or issues that come across for people who have never had to deal with UI before? What are some ways you can make sure that the art is broken up in such a way that it'll last for a long time, as opposed to just let's ban this for one particular instance? I know that changes engine to engine, but what are some of the common problems you find?
Also, if I can interrupt real quickly, Katie, if you could just double check OBS and make sure desktop audio is silenced, we can hear the Discord audio on your stream.
Desktop audio. Okay, let's see. I guess that would be in sound settings, sound volume mixer. Does that do it? Did I get that? I'm not sure what the right one is to hit. So, well, sorry about that.
It'll be at the very bottom in the center. You may need to sort of scroll the bottom thing.
In OBS? So, I'm not sure where I'm looking. So,
probably.
sorry for the technical difficulties.
If you check the presenters chat real quickly, there's a screenshot of what you're supposed to silence. No problem. And then you can go ahead and respond to Andrew's question. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, I see it.
I appreciate everyone trying during these virus-filled times to still do DEC. Very proud.
Alright, hopefully that did it. If not, the audio input capture, was that the... Oh, desktop audio. Did I get the wrong one? Okay, I think I have it this time. Alright. So, the question I just got was some of the challenges in working on art and making it adaptable. First of all, art usually doesn't survive one version to another. Usually what we're looking for from artists is a fresh new look. So even when we're not looking at a new game, new engine, and all of that, sometimes you just want to make people excited about it, and that involves new art. So artists, and I'll let the artists that are speaking later talk a little more to this, but probably about 80% of the art that artists do never ships. So an artist should not start getting too married to their work, because it has to get, in order for it to get better, it has to be able to be kind of beat up and go through some critiques and stuff. So I'll talk a little bit, though, about one of the experiences I had where I did watch a programmer mangle a piece of art. and it made me very sad. So I was working on a Arabic based strategy game for one of our angel investors. It was like 800 B or AD kind of style market resource game. And the intro to that game, the start menu, had like 4 buttons, top to bottom, with play and settings and all of those things. The artist made a button for each of those. And each button was the button fit into a background that was this rock texture across the whole thing. And so each button had its own art that was unique to helping it fit into that background and make it look like it was part of the background. At the time, I had been pulled onto Lord of the Rings to help finish to do the intro video. And this artist was the one that liked to put a pixel button next to everything, and I convinced him he didn't have to do that. So, but I wasn't the programmer receiving his art, so he didn't put all the pixels on it, and he handed it off, and a different programmer got it. And he just took the first button and copy-pasted it in all the additional 4 spots, which looks terrible, and made the artist very sad. And by the time I got back onto the project, it was too close to the ship, and they wouldn't let me fix it. And that's something that happens a lot, too, that you have to get used to in this games industry, is once we get close to shipping, certain things can't be changed. As much as you would swear up, down, left, and right, I promise changing this piece of art will not break the game. They still can't take that chance, and they won't change it. So you have to get used to that potential issue happening. I'll talk a little bit about the process that we go through in the games industry. So from beginning to end, we start out with an idea. Usually it's somebody at the top saying, we would love this thing to be in the game, or something like it, because we have this kind of goal. And they'll leave it up to the designers to think, what's that going to look like? And they'll come up with a design. Usually it's the system designers and the content designers, and at least in where I am right now, they'll fight it out and come up with an idea. And then once it's kind of fleshed out and they kind of know a little bit what they want, then they'll run it by the programmers and say, this is what we're thinking we want. How long will it take to build? And we'll look at it and go, well, our engine doesn't actually work that way. But if you do it this way, we could do it. And so it's still a discussion. It should be a discussion the whole way. I've been places where I've been treated like a code monkey. It's not fun. Most companies are not like that. Everyone gets to be involved. Everyone gets to have a say in what's being designed. But it goes through that design process. Once we've kind of figured out how long it's going to take and whether or not we've got time to do it, it gets put on the schedule. And we'll work, artists and programmers, usually around the same time, trying to get this done and out the door. Where we're at now, we have phases called code lock and feature lock. Feature lock, code lock, and data lock. And we'll go through those various gates. And every time you hit those gates, a certain part, slice of the game gets pulled out and set aside and going, this is our stable version of the game that we're going to ship. And we'll add fixes to it as necessary, but only if they're really critical, because we really don't want to break the game. Because the thing is, every time you put a change into that thing that's going to ship, it has to go through an entire new QA pass. That's quality assurance. The testers have to retest everything. Even if you say, oh, I promise it's only going to detect this, this, and this, it still has to go through a testing of everything. That was the reason that we had for why this Arabian Lords was the name of it, didn't get to have the art changed on it. There's a really glaring art mistake in the UI in Command & Conquer they wouldn't let me fix at the very end. And, hey, go play it and you might be able to find it. But it was, they wouldn't let me change that either, because changing it would have required an entire new QA pass, and that would have been EA's QA, and that costs money. And so they don't want to do that close, especially for something that doesn't seem to have the bang for the buck in their site. Once you get it to that mostly stable stage, if you're shipping it on a console, an Xbox, a PlayStation, something like that, it has to go through what's called CERT, or certification. And that's where you send your game to Sony or Microsoft or whoever's going to be shipping it, and they beat on it to determine whether or not it passes their qualifications to be shipped on their console. These are not things like, is the game fun? Or does the game have a glitch that makes it feel unfun or hard to use? What they're looking for is, does your game make our console look broken? So those are the things that they want for certification. So things like, if I was playing this game on an Xbox and I yanked the Xbox cord out, would the game crash? Because if it does, most users are going to go, darn it, Microsoft, not darn it, game developer. So those are the kinds of things that have to get through cert. Also things like, oh, you better not show a PlayStation button on an Xbox under penalty of death. And other things that are associated with their IPs. You know, don't mangle their IPs. That's kind of the top of their list. So those are the kinds of things we have to do to go through cert to get things out the door. Along with your extra story about mangled art on UIs. Any other questions? Hopefully I answered that one pretty good. Excellent. Could somebody read them to me? Okay, so I'm not familiar with... Okay, so the question was, how do you create a game like Wolfenstein, was it Wolfenstein or The Witcher, or something like that from scratch? I have not worked on either of those games myself, but the general concept is most games aren't built from scratch. Most games you're going to start with some sort of game engine. Sometimes you have the luxury to build your own game engine. But most of the time you're not starting from scratch. You're going to start from some game engine and you're going to build the pieces that you need on top of it. One of the games that I worked on was built on top of the Unreal Engine. In that case, here's the base engine I'm working on. You're spending a lot of time. This is what was called pre-production. You spend your pre-production time taking that engine and modifying it to fit the needs for the game that you want to build. Once you have built that engine and built those tools, then you can start bringing on artists, content designers, those kinds of things, and they can start building the content for the game. But they can't even start to build the content for the game until you actually have something to build it in. So there's a lot of tools development and a lot of game engine development that happens early on. A lot of times, games that come out yearly, like your Maddens or your FIFAs or something like that, they're just continuing to use the same game engine over and over again. And that's why they can pull out content so quickly, because they didn't have to build the engine. They're just adding new data, new content, updated numbers, updated stats, and then they can just kind of kick it out. And maybe they'll have time to do one little new feature or another. The problem you run into with that is that the game engine starts getting really heavy and cumbersome. And if you've ever looked at your games and gone, oh my gosh, why do they need 10 gigs or more, or whatever, why is it every time I get a new update it expands so much? Why is this next generation of the game so much bigger than the previous? Oftentimes it's because they didn't have time to remove all the old stuff from the previous game they built on top of. For instance, we had, when I worked on Command & Conquer, which I've got the poster behind me, we were using EA's Command & Conquer 3 base code to make the expansion. So they dumped all of that code on us. We had to kind of sift through millions of lines of code and decide what we needed to change and where in order to add our flavor to it, to create our version of what the expansion was looking like. And we were building what we called a metagame, kind of a risk board that would, you'd run into your enemy and you'd resolve it using an RTS game to fight it out once your pieces on the board hit each other. So that had to be built on top of the engine they already had, and there was code in there. I remember distinctly there was a really horrible section of code that had a comment on it that said, please remove this after Red Alert ships. Well, Red Alert had shipped about 10 years before we got our hands on that code. So there's a lot of legacy in a lot of the games out there, and part of that is just trying to get things out the door. And there's a lot of legacy art that stays in there as well, because you're sitting there going, oh, well, if I remove this piece of art, chances are it won't break anything. But it might, so let's leave it in there. So, any other questions that somebody can read me off of the chat that seem to have the inclination of everyone to hear an answer to? An excellent question. So Christian asked, do our tools for localization, do we use in-house tools or do we leverage existing tools? For the game I'm working on right now, we're leveraging existing tools. For some other games I've worked on, we had, Command & Conquer already had a localization system in place. We leveraged that. For some other games, it can be as simple as a text file that you just read out of. At your base level, I want to localize my game that I'm making in class. Make a text file. And every text file that you make for localization, I didn't mention this before, for every piece of text, there should be a key. That key is what you reference in your code. You say, replace this string with string that's represented by this key, and then depending on whether you loaded the English version or the German version or the French version, would give you the right text for that. In addition, you should also have a context. This is something that never shows up in the game. It's just when you take this file and you send it to a translation house. This is a house that has people who speak all these other languages, and they're really good at writing. And they're good at translating, but they don't know anything about technology. So when you want to give them context of where is this string going to be used. So a good example, one of my favorites that I've heard recently, was suppose you're playing a shooter game, and when you miss hitting your target, the piece of text pops up and says, miss. A poor translation, if there's no context involved in German, would be for it to say, Fräulein. Fräulein in German is a unmarried woman, not missed the target. So we have that same problem. In English, I was working on a chiropractic app when I was at my startup company. Back could mean go to the previous screen, or back could be my spine. So there's a lot of things where we use the same word in different contexts. So a context is really important to have, regardless of what kind of engine you're using. Our current software that we use at ZeniMax, we use a middleware called Linguna. And that already provides us the ability to do variable replacement, handle genders. It actually handles capitalization and stuff for us as well. And creates a language of where variables go and how they should be added, so that it actually applies text coloring to the text in the middle as well. But that gives us a common language that we can use with our translators. And we have some in-house translators, and we have some out-of-house companies that we send our translations to. But middleware is really important, and we use middleware for that. We've got middleware for building UIs. In a lot of cases, there's stuff for that. Almost every game uses some kind of middleware library for their physics. Very few people write their physics from scratch. A lot of them will use rendering engines, or they'll leverage various libraries that are already out there, rather than trying to roll everything from scratch, because that would take you forever to do that. So there's a lot of using and leveraging of middleware, and we do that in localization as well. So other questions off the board? Okay, so the question was, how much art background do you need to work in the games industry if you're more of a technical person? The answer is you don't have to have any artistic skill at all. if you're a programmer. A lot of our programmers are really good at stick figures, and that's about it. And their favorite comic is XKCD. So it's fine if you have no artistic skill. However, I would argue you need to be creative. And you can be creative and write code as much as you can be creative and make art. Because we need creative ways to solve problems. So think about it. If you enjoy programming, if you enjoy going, wow, how do I make that work in this engine for this problem to make this awesome thing? That's a different problem no matter which company you're at and what, you can use a lot of the same principles, but it's a different and unique problem to solve each time. And that's what makes it exciting. But you have to be able to think outside the box and think on your own feet. There's never going to be a, here's this situation, always do it this way. If you're looking for a lot of hand-holding, the games industry is not for you. The games industry is a very self-starting, self-sufficient kind of industry where we just want to make something awesome. So we'll say, hey, we need this thing with very little detail and very amorphous. It's very different from your projects where you're told, here's what I want as my input, here's what I want as my output. Everything's kind of laid out. We're like, we need something to do this. We don't know how to do that yet. Go figure it out. So there's a lot of opportunity to be technically creative, but that doesn't mean you have to be good at drawing or building models or anything like that. I've worked with people who are colorblind. You don't have to have a good sense of artistic skill in order to be in the technical side of this industry. Actually, the person I knew who I worked with who was colorblind was actually an artist. So that's not a limitation either. And other thing to keep in mind when you're a user interface person is red-green color blindness and stuff like that. It's not good enough just to change the color and say, hey, I changed the state of the button. There needs to be a tactile difference that has happened in order to reach the wide variety of users that you have. So, other questions on the off of YouTube? All right, so the question is, if you want to work on your own to build a portfolio and create a game kind of on your own, what's a good place to start? I would say you guys are fortunate. You got a lot more tools than I did coming out of college, and there's a lot of resources out there. One of the best places, I think, to start just to get your feet wet would be trying to build something in Unity. Unity is extremely well documented. There's a lot of tutorials out there. It's a good engine that has been used. I've seen it used in production for smaller scale production elements like mobile games. It also handles the shipping on multi-platforms for you. You don't have to deal with that. So Unity's a really good place to start just to get your feet wet, and it's set up in a way that you can collaborate with programmers and artists pretty easily. So you can also use Unreal, but it's designed to be a shooter engine. If that's not what you want to build, it's going to be an uphill battle for you. And Unreal was first a engine designed for a particular purpose by a particular company, and their primary goal in adapting that engine is supporting the needs of their next game, not the people they're selling the engine to, as opposed to Unity, which is actually a real retail product that they're trying to make better for the user. So Unity is a great learning tool because it has a lot of resources that allows you to build anything kind of from the ground up. It's used less in production because it is so adaptable that it's not necessarily efficient. So if you wanted to make things run at 30 frames a second and do something extremely specific, you'd be much better as a company rolling your own software than building it in Unity. But if you're building a little game and it's, I have 5 people, we need a game, Unity is a great option. So, other questions? That's actually one of the primary bugs we have to deal with, is the designer created it to be so long, and then we said, well, in German it's actually this long. One of the more fun, I pick on German. I have a right to. I have a German last name. It has 6 characters in it, only 1 vowel. So it's a relatively long language. We have to accommodate for that. As a UI artist or designer, you have to accommodate for the longest language you're planning on shipping in. And sometimes that means going back to the localizer and begging, can you make this shorter, please? And sometimes the answer to that's no, and you just have to figure out a way around it. We have one of the common issues we're running to is on consoles. We put text next to our keybinds at the bottom of the screen. You put enough keybinds on there in German, they're going to overlap each other. So an alternative to that would be having an options button that brings up a list. So you have to come up with different solutions for how you're going to present the information that will work with longer text in most cases. So sometimes it's not just, hey, localizers, it's your fault that your stuff doesn't fit into my design. It's the other way around. It's how do I as a designer adapt to the fact that some languages are just longer. So hopefully that answers that question. What's the next one we got? All right, go for it. Well, I was in my own startup, so okay. So the question was, have I ever thought of starting my own business one day? Having been in an internship where I watched it go under because somebody spent all of their money trying to make it work, the first thing I would tell anybody is, don't use your own money. Go get an investor or somebody. But do not, because once you put your own money in at a great extent, you are too married to the idea. You can't let it evolve and adapt or let it go at the point where it needs to be let go if you're using your own money. So I would not invest my own money into a game unless I hit the lottery and had money to burn. But I prefer using game technology to do education. So making educational games that are fun first but also teach you something. That would be what I would do if I started my own company. But I actually don't have a desire to do that. I was in a startup. We were kind of on a shoestring budget. I loved the ideas, but we weren't getting the funding. And that's the other thing. Make sure you've got the funding first before you quit your day job and go off and try to make your own work. There is a level of freedom to starting your own company because you get to pick what you're working on. That's the other thing about being a game developer is you're hired to work on what you're hired to work on. It doesn't matter if it's the game you wanted to make. You're part of a team that has an idea and a vision already. Which is why I like to tell people is everybody has a great game idea. Everyone has an idea for a great game. Contribute to the existing goals that we have, and don't just say, hey, I've got a great idea, pay me a lot of money. No, it's, I've got a great idea, here's a lot of money, go make it. That's kind of the way the industry works. So, but everybody has great ideas. I'm not a game designer, though. My ideas tend to be more technical because I'm a programmer. So, I have no desire to start my own company right now. But that doesn't mean there aren't people who have. The game industry in this area is extremely vibrant. Whenever one company seems to fall apart, like 3 others pop up to replace it. I think our next speaker is actually at one of those newly started companies that has been moving very quickly and hiring a lot of people. So I'm excited to hear what they have to say. So, other questions? All right, excellent. Let's see, I covered the life of a feature. We don't have that much time to do input. Well, one of the other things about UI, we can do that, is the difference of console and PC. So because I'm working on a game that ships on consoles and ships on a computer, those inputs are completely different. And so for a user interface person, you almost have double the work everybody else does. So most games, pretty much the game engine works the same way, whether you're on the Xbox or you're on your home computer or whatnot. The core of the engine is going to work the same. However, it's UI that gets double duty. We've got to make a interface for the controller and an interface for the PC, and those are completely opposite. Because when you're designing for the controller, something must have focus at all times. There's no other way to navigate around the screen unless something is in focus, because all you've got is a bunch of buttons and some joysticks. Whereas in the PC, you're dealing with a situation where you've got a mouse that can click anywhere at any time, so your game needs to be able to handle that. You need to put up a click shield or something like that underneath any pop-up you put up, because if I've got an exclusive pop-up and I can click on my inventory or something like that in the middle, that's bad. So I've got to manage a lot more if I can click anywhere at any time on the keyboard, and I can hit any button I want, whatever, and deal with keybinds and that kind of thing. So we're talking about very different input mechanisms. And so part of the challenge of being a UI programmer is also trying to create, when you're building these screens, is trying to create something where the fundamentals of how the screen works is as similar as possible between the console and the PC, so that you can reuse as much of the same code. And also, the more reusable and adaptable you can make your code, the better, because UI, more than anything else, the design will change constantly. And the more you can salvage your existing code to deal with that, the better. You also want to have a consistent UI across the board. So if there's a paradigm that has been started of, hitting the back button is B and hitting forward is A, that's a paradigm across all games. But if there's a paradigm in your game that has been consistent throughout the way that your interfaces work, you're not going to make a new interface and change which buttons you use to do what. It'll throw the user off. So there should be a level of consistency across UIs. And that's one of the problems that a lot of our UI designers run into. They get there, they want to make their mark, they want to make something really cool looking, and they make a design, and you're like, that is really cool looking. It doesn't look like anything else in our game, though. So it has to have a consistency, it has to feel grounded in the same world. So that's a little bit about the difference in handling the inputs and dealing with that. That was the fun when I got to Fear 3. They were going to ship in, 5 months or something like that after I got there, and the mouse and keyboard didn't work. So I had to build a lot of those pieces that weren't in place. It actually ended up being almost a year after I got there. And our ship date got pushed back simply because of the royal wedding, which sounds really bizarre. But the 2-day time frame that we needed Sony cert in England happened to be during the royal wedding, and Sony cert was closed. So we actually missed that deadline and had to push back the ship date by a month. So we do get hit by things that happen in the real world too. So we've got about, 3 minutes to kind of wrap things up. Is any other questions burning a hole in somebody's pocket? Okay. Well, since it's an the question was, when looking for an art intern, what are the qualities you look for? Okay, as a programmer, what I look for in an art intern, and we have, when we have our art UI artists, the programmers do get an opportunity to interview them. We're looking for somebody who's easy to work with, somebody who we can talk to, who's adaptable, who's willing to work with us, and willing to meet us where we're at as well. So also it helps if they're great and creative, but programmers aren't going to make that judgment. They're going to look to the artists to tell them, hey, is this guy qualified to do the art stuff? All we want to know is personality-wise, are they going to be, oh yeah, sure, I can support that, I can do that. Yeah, oh, you gave me that in the wrong resolution. I'll go fix that, no problem. I'll take care of it. So really, and this is across the board for anybody that we're going to be working with, being humble, willing to learn, and willing to work with other people, and not be like, hey, I did my work, and don't be arrogant about it. Be willing to redo your work. Be willing to address the issues. I had my artist. I love him, but I had an issue where he didn't understand what power of 2 was. And so he gave me a bunch of art where the edges were divisible by 2, but they weren't powers of 2. And I had to teach him what a power of 2 was, and say that's because our engine only takes power of 2 images. So, and most game engines only take power of 2 images, and those are, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Just keep doubling it. And those are the powers of 2. So, working with somebody who is, and anyone who's coming in as an artist, programmer, or whatever, I don't care how many years experience you have, whether you've got none or whether you've got 10 years experience. Come on acting like you don't know anything and that you're just willing to learn because you've never been in this environment, you've never worked with this engine before. So just be willing to learn, be humble about your skill set, and seek not to be the best in the room, but to make something awesome. And if you care more about what you're building than how you stack up against anybody else, anyone who comes in with that kind of ego doesn't make it in our company. So hopefully that answers that question, and I think I'm out of time. So thank you for having me. I hope this was helpful. I'll stick around and be available to chat at the lunch hour. And
Hello, everyone. It's now time for our next presentation. Next up, we have Ryan Griffin from Oxide Games. He is a UMBC and Game Developers Club alumnus, and he will be talking today about environmental...
Start stream. Okay. Okay, I think it's working now. All right. Okay, let me mute the other things. All right, so hello everyone. My name is Ryan Griffin. Can everybody hear me okay? Just want to double check, and excellent, thank you. Thank you very much, Katie, for the interesting talk. She also was a UMBC grad, and thank you, UMBC Game Dev, for hosting this event. I know that things are kind of crazy with the virus and everything, but I'm glad that we can still have this event because I'm a big proponent of trying to give back to the local schools. I actually was a former professor at Howard Community College, and I've gone through the entirety of the 3D the 3D teaching schooling around here, because I actually was one of the first. I was in the first class in Maryland in 2006 that had a 3D track. And that was actually in Howard County through the ARL program. So I'm kind of like a product of the entire school, but there's still a lot you can do from wherever you're at, because like what Katie was saying before, there is a ton more tools and a lot more resources out there than when I was in school. It was very much like, hey, like I needed a mentor, and I wanted to kind of get started. So yeah, who am I? My name is Ryan Griffin. I currently work at Oxide Games. I got hired about like 6 months to a year ago, but I've been doing game dev. Well, I've been doing 3D since I was 15. And I've been doing game dev either through hobby level or freelance, and now like professional for a few years. But like my first full-time gig started this year, and before that I was actually teaching. I actually used to do graphic design and 3D art for a toy and candy company, which was another unique opportunity. And I had 3 different internships post college. It was kind of a weird time in like 2011, which was when I graduated, because there was a recession, and I was still able to get internships, but I was in this gray zone of like, hey, do we want to hire this guy? But he has skills. So I was in that limbo for years. It was a very weird time. But yeah, I have my traditional background is obviously in art. However, I didn't really get into art until high school. And that was because I had a couple of really big people to influence my life. And that was my high school art teachers teaching me traditional drawing, painting, photography, sculpture, stuff like that. And then I was able to get into that 3D program within high school. So that was when I met Mr. Hawkins, who was my biggest influence at that time, and my dad's best friend. Well, not best friend, but was Tim Train. And Tim Train is kind of a local guy. Some of you may know him. He actually is the CEO of Big Huge Games. And my brother actually works at that company. So it's a very small industry around here. So people know each other. And so I was able to actually get a tour, and like being able to go to the a couple of events at Big Huge. So I got exposed to this stuff pretty early. So I kind of knew what I wanted to do. The problem was getting there. And then from there, I went to UMBC, well, Howard CC, and then UMBC after that. And I met a lot of like interesting people there, and I met Cheng Lao, who works over at ZeniMax Online. I wasn't even in his class, but I figured out who he was and what he taught and where he worked, and I was like, I need to learn things from you. I need to find out exactly what I need to do, because you're one of the best people. Finding people who have industry experience is going to help you tremendously, because they're a cut above other people because they do this stuff professionally. So you're going to be able to learn a lot more. So Oxide Games. Oxide Games pretty much they've made a couple products before, but they're still fairly new. But they have made Ashes of the Singularity, and they're that's kind of like a PC RTS 4X kind of game. Like it's fairly cool. Please check it out. However, we are working on a new thing that I can't talk too much about, but I am pretty excited to be working on it. And so don't ask me about it. But like when you will see more announcements hopefully soon. So yeah. So I'm my role at Oxide is kind of unique because of a little bit of my background. So I work in outsourcing. However, I have a generalist kind of background. I'm like a Swiss Army knife at this company. So I have uh, environmental skills, I have vehicle skills, I have prop skills, I have organic skills, I have character skills, I have rigging skills, I have animation skills, and I teach all this stuff. So I have a fairly unique opportunity to work at this company. And just in general, and that's really comes down to my personal experience because of my college background and my different internships and my professional background. So let's take a look at my work real quick here. So basically, I do. I'm more. I feel like my best work is in environments and vehicles. So I've done a lot of different stuff here. I will kind of go into that more, but I also want to kind of go back to like how I kind of got started, doing a little bit of graphic design and product design for a toy and candy company. So I've worked with like toys and designing the backgrounds, designing the actual products, designing all kinds of stuff, working with like 20 different licenses. I've made 300 different products, lots and lots of stuff. So yep, that's a little bit of this. And this is like my like 3D like product which I made like at the company. Lots of cool stuff there, breakdowns. I did a lot of like production art at the company, so like I was like the one like behind the scenes working between U.S. manufacturers and China, and being able to produce products and have it be technical enough and make 3D versions of it, having measurements, concept ideas. Like I worked directly with the toy designer because she was a very like 2D person, but like I'm a very like 3D person, so like we like meshed really well. And like I have like graphic design skills. I have like a passion for like sci-fi stuff and photography. So like I have like a very like traditional kind of like background, but at the same time, I kind of wish that I drew more. Like it's really weird. Like I don't have quite as much of the like 2D route. I went like the 3D route like since I was like pretty early. Um, Speaking of 3D, like I'd had an internship working for a a architecture slash like 3D, sorry, a architecture slash simulation company. Basically, the company's premise was that they had like large buildings, like government buildings, stadiums, convention centers, things like that, and I would make the actual buildings, and they would run a little simulation with like thousands of like little sprites of people with like little AIs to be like, hey, I'm trying to get out of the building, it's on fire, like explosion here, like, and so I did that. I did a lot of fun stuff at the company, but they didn't hire me full time. So at UMBC, I had a video internship, so that's 2, and my third internship, and this is within like 3-4 years. That internship was actually with a AAA outsourcing company, which was local, which actually helped me get my current job, because Peter Kajesta, who is the CEO of that company, also works as an outsourcer with Oxide. So everything was like connected. And yeah, so I went through and did a lot of different kinds of 3D art. Okay, so back to that. Also, like I do like some environment I do some like animation stuff as well. I got like a lot of different kinds of background, but yeah. So let's see, we got 15 minutes in. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of like 3D art. I'm working freelance stuff, like right before I got hired, doing anything from like vehicles and environments to material substance designer stuff, doing sci-fi environments, doing organic terrain building stuff, doing prop stuff. Like I have like a very like diverse background, and I had a lot of this kind of stuff actually, because I've been doing it for so long and I've seen the industry change a lot. I really like wanted to focus, like after I got let go from the toy company, after like 4 years or so. I went on a trip to Japan and then came back, and then I was like, I want to really have a big push to try to get into the games industry because I have the skills. I know I can do it. I have the work ethic. I have the mind to be like, hey, I can do this. It's more a matter of I needed people to help critique me and send me to the right knowledge to be able to get better. And that's when like I started to network a lot, and I started to try and make it by like networking with other artists who were better than me, so that I could just ask them questions. I could do all the work. I just needed to ask them critique on how to get better. And so I would just like go at night and then try to be like, hey, like work on my project, get some critique, like finding a mentor. And that's kind of what kind of happened to me. Was I was able to get get one mentor. I took one online class with a guy named Alex Seneschal, and I actually was kind of torn between Alex Seneschal and Sean Puster. Here we go. So I was kind of like torn between Sean and Alex, and they both work at they both used to work at Halo, and like I was a big fan of Halo growing up, so I was like, I need to learn from the best. And there was a class there was a class that I took that was like a $500 class. I was working full time at the game, or at the toy company, and at night I was like, okay, like I'm making some money, like let me put this into my own education. So then I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this class, I'm gonna try my best at it, and I'm gonna try to learn as much as possible. And it was a great class. But from that class, I was able to network and then find a mentor. And then like my network just exploded after that, because literally like everybody who I was meeting from Alex and Sean, it literally blew up from there. And I grew a ton in a period of like 2 years. So yeah, like that's kind of like looking at some of my more recent stuff versus my like old stuff. Like I'm not even showing like most of my old stuff, and like most of my new stuff here. And obviously like I also teach as well, so like I have some of my student work. So yeah, I got about 20 minutes. So all right, so yeah, this is one of the projects was kind of put me on the map. Here. So this, like, I got like a good like 5,000 views from, and like literally I kind of like I wanted to do this as an application a little bit, because this project was something where I combined all of my talents into one thing, and really like push my skill set and try to follow it to the T, but also figure out like what my style was, and like what I'm good at, and just practicing with the latest and greatest techniques, whether that's I was really learning like Substance Painter and Designer at this time. So yeah, this was like a big project which like helped me to like level up, I guess. Let's see. Let's go back. All right. So again, like I got training on like ArtStation and Polycount. So the main bulk of like this presentation, I want to talk about trim sheets. I'm sure a lot of people probably know what like a tiling texture is, right? There's other applications for a tiling texture. So really with a tiling texture, it's going to be a four-way tiling texture. It can texture in any direction, right? So there's also a different kind of tiling texture, which is called, or it's a two-way. So normally that's going left and right or up and down, but most people go left and right. But basically it's tiling in two different directions. And so this is actually really useful for making environments. So if we look at this example here, we have a building here, and it's got a couple of props. It's got a four-way tileable floor texture. It's got a big crystal and a small crystal, and then it's got some tiling textures left and right. And so with just what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about like 10 different things, you can create a entire building kit, and you can make a entire level with this stuff. And it's just another tool to be able to help you to level up. And with the actual tile, or with a trim sheet, what it is that you have the far left and the far right. So it's basically just a plane. It is a flat plane with the UVs in the 0 to 1 space, and it's tiling left and right. And so if you plan it out with, okay, this little section here is going to be a trim, like this, like book section, or this is where like I have like a certain kind of detail, and all this kind of stuff is just a tiling section going left and right. The power of it is that you can put this anywhere, and it's just a texture. Now with it, it's not necessarily like, oh, it has to be in 3ds Max and it has to be in ZBrush. This is just a universal technique. You can do this from hand-painted texturing, sci-fi, organic. Like, there is a lot of different ways. This is actually something that I did at the AAA outsourcing internship. I did a hand-painted modular kit with different kinds of texturing, trim sheets, flat, unique texture, unwraps, different kinds of materials, but all this stuff was hand-painted stuff, which I did. And you put this onto just boxes and cylinders and triangles. Like, it's just that they match up like perfectly within the UVs. And so you put those little pieces together, and you basically have like a dungeon like toolkit, and you put it together, and then you make your environment with. Let's see here. Yeah, so back to what Katie was saying with the power of 2. Same thing for making 3D stuff. Power of 2, whether it's your texture sizes at a 512, a 1K, 2K texture, or when you're modeling with like cylinders, right, for 8, 16, right? Same thing. It's a very powerful system. And this is actually quite useful for subdivisions, or sub-D modeling, which is for a high poly. With the general workflow, you're going from high poly, low poly, UV unwrap, and texture, right? And then render it, get it into the engine. let's see here. Also, what's important for a high poly is having good edge flow, whether you're doing characters or hard surface. Edge flow is super important. And you can actually find different tutorials, different channels, which are very useful. A couple of those there. So, how did I make this? This is one of my newer projects. I actually just finished this project before I got hired at Oxide. So let me play this here. So I made this in the Unreal Engine. However, like I used all of the techniques which I learned up until this point, and actually it started out as a different project, and it morphed into this huge thing that I was like, I can't do all of this in one project. So I broke it up into different things, and I actually was doing. As soon as my thing loads here. Come on now. Oh, it's not loading. I was actually doing this project, and it kind of spilled over into, oh, let me put this into a environment. And then I was like, oh wait, like I need to try to learn how to make like a trim sheet and like make this thing efficiently, right? So I kind of had this huge plan to like do all this, and I got a lot of critique to be able to make it even better. So yeah, so you can see like it's basically just a sci-fi hallway. Like there's a billion different sci-fi hallways out there. Like it's more a matter of how can you make yours unique and how can you do it efficiently and get it in game. So again, like I used a trim sheet. I like this is a slightly different way to like make a trim sheet, but I kind of had it where okay, it's tiling on the left and then on the right, and I have certain areas where I'm using them as like a unique piece, right? And this was my first attempt to put everything together into a hallway, right? I liked it, but I also didn't like it. And I was like, how can I break up like all of this like tiling? And I was like, okay, let me add some stuff to it. Let me put in some like extra things. And then I realized that, oh yeah, this thing is a box. This is just a corridor that's a box. Like, how can I make this more interesting? And I looked at a lot of other sci-fi corridor references that really inspired me. Like this one's from Doom, this one's from Star Citizen, this one's from Sergei, this one's from like there's a ton of other ones out there. And I was like, I need to make this thing more complex shape-wise. And so I ended up like modeling it out and like blocking it and trying to figure out, hey, like within 3ds Max what my shape was. Hold on one second. Okay, so from there I was able to kind of block it out and make it kind of how I wanted it to look, and then plan out like a huge room and stuff, which I didn't get to, but I might come back to it eventually. And then I got it into the Unreal Engine and I textured it and just kind of seeing like what it kind of looked like, right? And I got it in there, and I kind of noticed that a lot of my texturing is kind of like too noisy and like too much happening. And it's really shiny, which is cool and all, but you have to balance it because if everything's shiny, then it's like it's too like overwhelming, right? And I also noticed that hey, there's a lot of evenness like that's going on, which is a property of hierarchy, which Alex Shendershaw has a great tutorial on that. You should check it out. And yeah, so then I did like a final pass on it, and then I got it into the Unreal Engine and did some cinematography and stuff, which I highly suggest learning. And yeah, like this kind of like technique is not like new. This was a guy, Theo, who has a free tutorial out there from his stuff. Like this is like from like the polycount days of like 2012 or something, or like even like before that. It's just a matter of being smart about it, and that's the thing that um, you can totally make all this stuff with any kind of technology. It's more a matter of the application of like how to actually use it. Free tutorials. There's so much free content out there. Like just look. And with my presentation, I will be actually giving this to UMBC and for the club here to be able to help make to level up their game. So don't be afraid if I'm going too fast. I will save like some time at the end for questions. So hold on one second here. Okay, so like I was saying before, these are just like different examples of different style trim sheets, but basically again they're going left and right. And you can take this into ZBrush. You can do hard surface stuff. You can do hand painted. All of it is extremely useful. Same thing here with having the actual trim sheet pieces to create a modular kit. That's how you can like kit bash a whole like dungeon levels with this technique. I would also check out this this tutorial here for doing like dioramas. Dioramas are really awesome for environment portfolios. Having an example of a trim sheet and a diorama within a environment artist portfolio is going to help you level up and get you a job. So, and I would look at GDC talks. There's one on the Fortnite development if you guys like doing like kind of like stylized kind of art. Fortnite is done by Epic Games, which is in North Carolina. That's right down the road, basically, by like 8 hours or something. There's actually a tutorial which is in the GDC Vault. It's free. That is for the ultimate trim sheet. Which was done by Insomniac Games, which also made Spider-Man, I think. But the game before that was like Sunset Overdrive or something like that. So let's see here. So I would definitely check out that tutorial. It's basically going over the main takeaway from that tutorial is how the edges are at the edges, as well as like between the actual trim sheet. Is if you kind of notice here, it's got like this like little lip on it, which you can see down here as well. That's pretty important to be able to make it so that it doesn't have any kind of issues going up against each other, and you can do it on any kind of surface, like any kind of like degree basically. So when you bake it flat onto a plane basically. Don't necessarily have like any kind of like undulations on the low poly. The high poly is basically fine. Like you can do like whatever you want as long as it fits within the cage. Tim Simmons, he has a free tutorial explaining like in like even greater depth than me, as well as giving you a bunch of free content as well. So I would highly check out Tim for his stuff. He's worked on like a number of different games, but he's like a little bit more like organic side, but you can still use organic trim sheets for like rock walls, for like bricks, for like different kinds of metals, like same thing there. So this guy here is a kind of interesting, Jonas. Jonas is actually pretty important for doing substance designer work. So if you guys don't know what substance designer is, I've actually got some of that stuff as well, which I have here, like substance designer and different kinds of material creation, basically. So that's what these like material ball things are. There's a ton of different ways to do them, but these are actually pretty important because there's actually Substance Designer is basically a glorified tiling texture generator, which is very useful for environments as well as making master materials for your scenes, essentially. And a lot of studios now are wanting these kind of skills, and there are people out there that only do this stuff using Substance Designer. Like, you can learn like Substance Designer within like, I don't know, like less than 6 months and possibly have a job. So like just saying, like that is a option for you, and it's basically a node based texturing program. So it's actually better towards coders almost, but you still need a fairly good like artistic sense. So it's more of like a tech art tool essentially. So yeah, back to like a couple of my mentors. Alex Seneschal, he has a great like cheap little tutorial. He has like a few of them actually, but like this is like a fairly nice one. And like he does like a lot of like sci-fi stuff. So he was one of like my like main like mentors. And he's got a lot of great content there. Check him out. Same thing, like he has like another breakdown of like how he would do trim sheets. And actually, one thing that's actually kind of interesting is I don't know if any of you guys have done like grass at all within 3D, which uses a alpha channel. But there's a very similar technique which you use for sci-fi art. Essentially, you have the texture, right, and you have an area which has the actual color in it, and then you have a alpha area outside of that. Bonus content: there is a trim sheet and a decal sheet. So the top part is tiling left and right, correct? But the decal sheet is actually just little unique little pieces which you bake down and put it onto a plane, right? And then you cut out that little detail and then put it onto the area. This could be like a poster. This could be like a window. It could be anything basically. Just like putting it like right like above the floating geometry. So like if you have like a window and you need like a piece, like it doesn't necessarily have to be like within the actual texture. It can be floating above it, but to the actual viewer, they can't tell because there is no depth because it's right over top of it. And so that's actually a pretty cool technique for that. Both Alex and Sean go over this technique in both of their cheap tutorials. And like I definitely learned a lot from their tutorials myself. So I have about 40 minutes left. I'm probably going to stop and start taking some questions. But I have a lot of other stuff in there. Some stuff that is not only for environment art, but also for animators too. Just like a quick shout out for animators. Free rigs with the Stoff as well as Sir Wade for animation mentor stuff. I should highly recommend checking out his stuff as well as the Azora rig to be able to help level up your animation skills, because I have a large like background of information. So yeah, I will pause this and I will start taking questions. Let me get this up so that we can start with the questions. Okay, so do we have questions here? Let's see here. Okay, so Katie Hirsch, who did the last presentation, she said, "Can you speak to some to the approach you would take to creating a texture?" So creating a texture is kind of interesting because it depends on the purpose of what you're trying to do. Like I was saying with a trim sheet is great for doing a two-way texture for creating a environment piece. You can also have a texture that is a four-way, which is normally for like a lot of like terrain stuff or stuff that's going to be tiling within any direction. You also have stuff which is a unique unwrap, which you would do for like a prop, you would do for like a character. Yeah, like it'll basically just depend on like what you're trying to use it for. But all of that is kind of unique with the actual process which you would do to create a 3D asset. Let's check the chat a little bit. Tooley is asking, in terms of efficiency, is it all right to Frankenstein or recycle your previous work? Yeah, like you can totally like reuse your work. It's more a matter of just having a consistent style. So like within a unique project, depending on what you're trying to do with it, if you're trying to make a game or if you're just trying to do a single prop, like you can totally like reuse stuff. I've actually done like a bunch of different like materials, right? And like I've like used like different kinds of materials in my texture work. So I'll like create like with this with this project here, a lot of the ground textures and the actual like grass and stuff and the rock texture, I actually reuse those from other projects. It's more a matter of I brought everything together in one environment, because with environment stuff, like it is fairly useful to be able to bring everything together, and because it's kind of difficult with a character, because like with a character it's kind of unique to the character, and if you have like a crisscross of art styles, it's kind of like a little like off-putting, but that's okay if you're just trying to get the idea out there. But if you're trying to like really hone in a visual style, then it's good to be able to have a consistent idea. And one thing which I actually done a lot is I would say that right now I'm currently like not the best with coming up with like completely original ideas. But the thing is that I have good taste, basically. And so if you notice, like in the top right here, I have a link to one of my friends who's a concept artist, and I actually took his concept and basically brought it to life. And a couple of like other people have done this, but like I was like one of the main people to like do that, and like I totally asked Chang if like I could use his concept art, and like he like totally like okayed that. So it is good to ask the actual people if you can use their concept, but it is good to be able to link it back to be like, hey, like this is like kind of like this guy's design, but I totally made that design my own, essentially. Um, so let's take some more questions here. Let's let's take some from the Discord chat. Let's see here. Okay, so it's nothing in there. All right. What questions do you ask from people you network with? Networking. Okay. Do you know how to start? I'm a programmer and want to learn more about the experiences of people about how to program. Okay. So, one thing that I've noticed, it's a kind of funny. Those that actually like know me, they know that I actually stutter. And I had like a learning disability as a kid, but by high school it was pretty much gone. But if you kind of notice, like I haven't actually stuttered like very much so far. But the thing is that it's more a matter of when I'm talking about something that I'm passionate about and I'm knowledgeable about. Most of that stuff kind of disappears, and so yeah, it's totally understandable to have those kinds of nerves or like, oh, I don't know what to ask. Like I want to make a good impression. Um, Sometimes it's good to be able to put yourself into the right place to be successful, right? Typically, when I go to a networking event, I will actually have a, a little tablet to like show off like my art and stuff because with the tablet, it's got a bigger screen. It's having a big screen so that I can show off all of my like beautiful art to show that hey, like I have like a quality art. So for let's see, Kaya was asking about for like programming specifically. So what I would say is that if you have examples of your game, bring your laptop, load up the Unreal Engine or Unity, and then show off like, hey, like I know how to design a game. I know how to work with a team to be able to make this game, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be like the best way to do it. But as far as like networking, having a business card, having a website is a pretty important for artists for sure. Or just having a place where you can communicate. Being able to uh, present yourself well, be likable, be somebody that you can work with other people and you can communicate well. You can transfer your ideas and explain them in a way that is understandable to everyone in the room. And be patient because if like somebody has like questions on that, that means that they want to be able to engage with you and be able to find out more about what you are trying to do. But quality is still king. So like trying to actually um, still have quality content is going to help you in the long run because when you have quality content, then people will start to trust you and then have that respect for you, and then from there, then it's like, oh, like I like actually know somebody. Let's go and get him or her to be able to join our team, right? So networking is definitely important. I found that um, networking has helped me to get internships. It has helped me to get freelance. It has helped me to find mentors. It has helped me in a lot of ways. So having the skills as well as networking is half the battle. Going on to LinkedIn, going on to making a website. Um, Depending upon what you're trying to do with it, there's a lot of different tools out there for you. But networking is still important. Okay, so let's check the chat for any other questions. Questions. I'm not seeing any other questions. Okay, so I got like 10 minutes left. Let me kind of like go back to like what's like my like personal like workflow to how I would make a portfolio piece. This is kind of like the short version. So there's a free program called uh, there's a free program called PureRef. PureRef is basically a glorified image board, but it's basically a way to like organize my concept art. Um, so I would basically go and do my modeling, whether I'm doing hard surface in 3ds Max or I'm doing organic stuff in ZBrush, and then I'll create my high poly, and then I'll create a low poly for it. And then I'll use a UV unwrapping tool called UV Layout to be able to take my low poly and then unwrap it so that I can then paint over top of it and then make textures. I'll then bake my textures in a Marmoset tool bag, and then I'll do like any kind of like corrections on those bakes, make like any kind of like logos and stuff in like Photoshop and Illustrator, and then I'll go into Substance Painter and Designer to be able to create textures and paint like directly on the 3D model, and apply different kinds of materials. So when you go into like your modeling package, you can create what's called a material ID map. When you make that material ID map, you can basically just throw like different colors onto the actual onto the actual surfaces, and then bake that out, and you can then generate. Okay, I think about like what surface material is this? Is this wood? Is this stone? Is this metal? Is this cloth? Things like that. And so when you assign different materials to it, you assign a different color to it. And so when you bring it into Substance Painter, you can then use a smart material to be able to drag in, okay, that section is wood, that section is metal, and just drag, drop, drag, drop, drag, drop. And that'll like quickly populate your actual 3D object quickly. And then once you finalize it the way that you want, then you get it into the Unreal Engine or Unity or whatever you were working in. And then you can make your level and do some rendering, doing some hot quality rendering for presentation. You can do videos. I like to make GIFs, so that because like people inherently like moving images, and so they will be drawn to it, right? And so when when it has moving stuff in there, it's going to help draw people. And then I will then take all that content and then put it onto ArtStation, or Sketchfab, um, uh, or YouTube, or wherever I want it within my portfolio. Okay, next question. Questions. Well, I got like 5 minutes left. Let me see if I can. Let me. Question from the chat. To follow up on the second part of Devco's question, do you have any thoughts on how artists and programmers can best collaborate? It's probably the best way that I would say is because this is actually a great example. Just drawing on my own experience is working at Oxide. Because I'm kind of like the glue like for the art team. I'm working with um, all of the actual departments pretty regularly. I'm having to go to talk to character artists, to environment artists, organic team, tech artists, engineers, designers, audio. Being able to um, best collaborate that way is having a good like plan of attack, and that's kind of where like having a good understanding of what your end product is, as well as being able to work together to be able to help um, figure out problems, figure out solutions to, because within a game development scenario, um, in in the real world, uh, being able to help be independent and um, being able to research how to do something is going to help you with tackling a problem, like figuring out your own solution for it, um, and then going to a coder and like say with like tech art, I was doing like the same like monotonous task over and over and over again, and for an artist, like that's something that is kind of like I hate like doing this task over and over and over again. I would rather do something creative, but highly repeatable tasks can be scripted. It can be coded to be able to redo that action thousands of times. And so when you actually have a, 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 a tools engineer can actually help make an artist 10 times more efficient by freeing them up to do more with their creative process. And so um, with an actual artist helping a coder, it's helping them, helping a engineer understand what your intent is as an artist. What are the technical problems that you are having, and be able to help um, diagnose like why was I getting this error? How can I help fix this error? And helping to come together as a team to help diagnose how you can best create a solution. And yeah, that's a pretty good way to go about it. Let me check the stream here. I got about 2 minutes left, so if you have any other questions, please ask them now. I will be staying after for both the lunch as well as after the event in the Discord. If you want to ask me additional questions, or if you want a like portfolio review or something like that, I can totally help give you advice. Obviously, I was a teacher for a year, and I've been in multiple different industries, whether that's graphic design, with like toys or architecture, or simulation, or obviously game development. I have a lot of different like background. I have a large background, so I can help with many different kinds of questions. Okay, I don't really see any questions at all, so feel free to add me on ArtStation or social media. I would love to be able to help talk to you and network with you. And if you have any questions at all, I'd be more than willing to help you out. So just let me know. Good luck out there, and I will talk to you later. Actually, couple last thing with like a couple resources. I'll probably put this in my in my notes, but poly count, 80 level, Facebook 10K, art cafe, Sergey, Dynasty, 3D Exis, Sir Wade, Animation Mentor, and Flip Normals. All of those are very, very good content and channels to be able to learn from. All right, so that'll basically be it. Thank you very much, and hopefully I can talk to you sometime later. Have a good rest of your day, and thank you, UMBC, as well as all the other presenters for hosting, and good luck out there, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Hello, everyone. So thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Katie, for those awesome presentations. That wraps up our before lunch sessions. So we'll now be taking an hour break for lunch. So I'm sure you're all hungry, so go ahead and take some time to eat. While we wait for presentations to resume at 2 p.m., feel free to chat with the presenters and other attendees in the DC 2020 Discord. The link for that is just below in the description. And for those of you who are students, feel free to share any games you're working on, or even if you're not students and just want to sort of show off what you've been working on, get feedback from the presenters, there's some showcase channels for you to post stuff there. We can all switch over now to the general voice channel in the Discord. Thank you for coming to the first half of Digital Entertainment Conference 2020. We hope you've had fun so far, and there are 2 fantastic presentations to look forward to after lunch. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. So it's now time for us to resume presentations. So our next presenter is Eric Bakutis. Eric is a senior game designer at ZeniMax Online Studios in Hunt Valley, Maryland. He started at ZOS in August 2008 and has been working on The Elder Scrolls Online, Tamriel Unlimited, and its mini DLC packs for almost 12 years. In 2008, he graduated from the Guildhall at SMU with a master's in game design and a specialization in level design.
All right. Anybody getting audio? Is that working? I'm going to hop back over to Discord. Can everybody hear me? Give me just a response in Discord just so I know this is working. Looks like we are live. That's working. I'm going to get started as soon as I know everybody can actually hear me talking. Perfect. All right. So let's pop this presentation up. So briefly, this is I'm going to try to do a presentation on a couple of things that were of interest to me when I was shortly before I graduated from Guildhall, started looking for jobs. The two things that we discussed, well, the main thing we discussed was setting up a portfolio, so I'm going to talk a little about that. The other thing that I want to discuss is the actually interviewing, like what the interview is like, what kind of questions you can expect. So just as a brief introduction to this, I'm a senior content designer at ZOS. So to be fair, a lot of my experience is from the design perspective. I hope some of it should be applicable to engineering and art as well. I hope it is, but just keep that in mind that I am coming at it from the perspective of a designer. Also, I'm probably going to keep the presentation pretty short. My goal is to kind of go through some stuff, give everyone some stuff to think about, and then just take questions from there. And just kind of answer if there's stuff you want me to expand on and anything else you want me to talk about. So I'm just going to jump right into it. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is creating a portfolio. Obviously, this is something that this is what HR looks at. This is often what the people at the company you are interviewing at will be looking at. I have some tips that have worked for me. These are the things I like to see in a portfolio. Again, I don't want to say that this is the perfect thing. You always do this, but this is stuff that I think is useful for me evaluating candidates and hopefully for you as well. So the first thing I want to talk about is showcasing your best work. As an example, I'm going to give a lot of examples based on my experience at Guildhall. I graduated in 2008. It's a game development program in Plano, Texas. So they gave us a lot of advice there. But I came out of Guildhall with I think a C++, text adventure, probably like 10 or 11 different levels that I had done, and engines ranging from Unreal Tournament 2004 to something called Torque to Unreal 3. We had done little side projects everywhere. And it was tempting to, oh man, I've done all this stuff. I want to throw everything that I've done on my portfolio so they can see how wide my breadth of work is. And that's the wrong approach, because for most people, they're sitting down for the interview. They've got maybe 5 minutes to look at this before the interview to try to get an idea of what you do. And if you just overwhelm them with like, oh, here's 20 things, that's like, what do I look at first? It's much better to just pick basically like your best project, like the project that you're most proud of, the project that's most visually impressive. Put that front and center and make that really easy to find. And then you can certainly have the other stuff that you're proud of that shows the depth of your skill set or the breadth of your skill set. But make that accessible kind of on the side. Like make sure that if you don't want to, it's kind of like in a game where you're sitting in a game level and you've got like 12 different ways to go and you don't know where to start. Same principle in a portfolio. You've got 12 different things to click on. It's like, what do I look at? So that's the first tip I would give. kind of building on that, pick your most impressive project and build your homepage around it. And what I mean by homepage is like when I load your portfolio, I should land on a page that has like a really nice, interesting graphic and is highlighting something that you've done that I will want to look at, like whether it's your best piece of concept art if you're an artist, or you've done a level that you're really proud of. Have a link to a video on that front page. And you can have other things there too, other smaller links, including obviously one to your resume, which I'll talk about later. But kind of focus on the web pages showcasing your best work, and in many cases just one project. The other big thing that's obviously nice for us that wasn't true as much 10 years ago is use YouTube for everything. Talking about again the time that people have to evaluate your work. Nobody has time to install your game. I don't care if you've packaged it in an executable and it's a zip, or like it's a level in say Unreal 4 or whatever. Like, we don't have that engine on our machine. We don't have the time to install a strange executable. In fact, if we do, IT will probably come to our computer and berate us. So YouTube is great. Basically, just it's free. It doesn't cost anything. Make yourself a YouTube account if you don't have one already. Record your work, record your level, record your art, or whatever you want to showcase, and just have a YouTube video there. So all I got to do is I open it in my web browser, I see your portfolio, I click, and then, oh, I'm seeing your work. The other kind of unintended benefit of that is quite often we also, when we're reviewing things internally, we will use videos as opposed to playing it live. And that's because a video kind of make sure that you don't have anything weird happen, like physics glitches out and you have a guy, vibrate through a door or something. If that happens in your video, you just record a new video. If it happens live, it's a little harder to do. So you don't want this project that you've worked on and made super cool to have the glitch the one time somebody reviews it. The next would be to keep your resume to one page. This is more for people like when I came out of Guildhall, I was yes, I had a lot of experience, but I was still entry level. I hadn't actually shipped a game. This is less true for people who've been in the industry for a number of years. If you've worked at 7 or 8 different companies, you want to put that on there so people don't have questions about what you've been doing. Like, oh, well, you started 20 years ago, but you've only got 5 years of work history. Why is that? But if you're starting out, you really just want to keep it to a page, and that's primarily, again, to make sure that the people reviewing your portfolio or reviewing your resume off your portfolio can just look in one page and not have to scroll through. And it's kind of like a TLDR about you. In that same vein, make sure that I talked about on your portfolio site having your project front and center. You also want to have a link to your resume as a PDF, pretty obviously placed. So that basically if I come at it from the portfolio side, if I haven't looked at your resume, but I'm looking at your portfolio, I can see your resume very easily. I'm going to talk about also putting your portfolio side on your resume too, which is another thing that you should look at. But yeah, and the reason I say it should go both ways is HR does their best, and HR has a lot of candidates to go through. And there have been times where we have gotten a resume from a candidate and they had provided a link to their portfolio to HR. They had provided, all this material that showed kind of the work they'd done. And, maybe it got lost in email or maybe it didn't get attached or something. We have no idea it's there. So, but the one thing that you can assure that people will almost always get is at least the PDF with your resume. And if you put a link to your portfolio right on there, that's great, because then I can say, oh, here's a portfolio, and go find it if it hasn't been provided to me. And this is a bonus thing. This is not something you would do this rarely, but it is somewhat useful. If you know that you are applying to just like a single studio, or the window in which they will be reviewing your work, which quite often you don't. But it's like you got this idea. I want to work at this studio. This is the only studio I want to work for. You can actually build your portfolio to kind of highlight your suitability for that studio. And by that I mean, if they are a studio that makes shooters, you want to make sure the project that you're showcasing is a level for a shooter. You don't want to be showcasing, a top-down RTS if that's not what they make. So yes, you should always choose your best work when you can, but in some cases, if there is a studio that you just have your heart set on, and you can just build your portfolio to kind of, show, hey, I would be a really good fit here. to a lesser extent, this is a tip I've heard for artists in particular, which may or may not be true depending on what you're doing. But the range of your artwork, the art that you highlight on your homepage, is also it's also useful to kind of think about the studios you're applying to when you choose what artwork you want to show. As an example, I've heard like a case where, say, HR is reviewing artist candidates. They're making a post-apocalyptic RPG or whatever, and you as an artist know that. That's what you're applying for. HR quite often is looking. They want to see like a post-apocalyptic RPG image. So if you have like say like an Alice in Wonderland or Candyland type thing on your portfolio, which looks amazing, right? But quite often they say, "Oh yeah, this is a great artist," but they don't do the kind of art that we need for the game, which obviously is not the case. Artists can do any sort of art, but it's something you can think about. If somebody's doing a cell shaded game, maybe put up cell shaded art. It's not something you're going to do often, but I did want to bring it up and let people think about it. So I'm going through this kind of quick because I want to just provide these to folks and then answer questions based on that. But I'm going to pop over and actually show you the resume site, a resume that I just put together, or a portfolio that I just put together really quickly. It's not like perfect, but it just kind of has a few principles that I wanted to talk about. I threw this together in about a day. So this is an update of my portfolio site. I'm not really using it because I'm not looking for a job because I'm very happy it's us. But probably of the projects that I've done, my work in Elder Scrolls would be my primary claim to experience if I was applying in a new studio. So when you come in, you have this image is kind of front and center. It's like, oh, cool. And so if I click on this, I basically jumped to, unfortunately, I was linking to a YouTube video that somebody else recorded that is now down. So this YouTube video is no longer here. But when it was just basically a real quick thing saying, hey, this is a complex quest I did that was really successful in Elder Scrolls. You would click the link and just see a video of it. Similarly, I've got some smaller projects here. If I were doing this again, I actually might make these a little smaller. But if I'm like, okay, this is the main thing. Okay, well, what's this? Well, this is a side scroller that I did at Guildhall, and here's the boss fight where I basically scripted this engine from scratch and created this boss fight within it. So it's things for people to look at. But also I've got a link to my resume and basically contact info in here. So it's all present. And if you want to dig into things, I've actually put some more stuff up here. Like, oh, okay, well, let's see what kind of design stuff, what kind of programming samples, etc. But I don't have to search for it. Like if I'm just like, what has he done? Oh, okay, he did this ESO quest. Great. And that's probably all I have time to look at. So back to the PowerPoint. We're going down and I'm going to talk about the actual interview process. So this is, again, I'm coming at it from the perspective of someone who is in design because that's where I've done most of my interviewing. I've been at ZOS almost 12 years now, going to be 12 years in August. I have interviewed a lot of people. I would say it's not hyperbole to say I've probably interviewed 100 candidates over the time I've been there. And there's a lot of stuff that, especially, I wish I'd known 12 years ago when I started interviewing. So I want to kind of go through a little of that, hopefully provide some context for what it's like to interview, and then I'm just going to start taking questions from there and see what I haven't covered or what you're more interested in talking about. So Katie actually touched on this in the lunch chat, which I was glad, but I want to bring it up again. And this is to play the game you hope to work on before the interview. That's something. Let me see. She's typing right now. 2 people are typing, so I'm going to wait and see what's going on. I'm in suspense. Something broke. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, I'll get to questions at the end, but yeah, keep that question, and I will jump into it. So back to the thing. So yeah, play the game. We have had people come in, and basically, kind of the first question we ask them is like, "Hey, well, so how much ESO have you played?" And if somebody comes in and says, "Yeah, I haven't really played ESO," that's automatically it's not gonna tank the interview completely, but it's something that definitely we notice, because if you're interested at working at our game or at our company on our game, you should have at least done some research into our game. That said, as important as it is for you to actually play the game, it's not just to show that you've played it, it's also so you have context, because quite often, questions in the interview will revolve around things like, hey, well, what's a quest that you really enjoyed in our game and why did you enjoy it? Or, what's a quest that you didn't like and why didn't you like it? We want to start digging into your brain and see how you think about design or art or whatever. So that's it. But back to the finances. Obviously, the reality is that yes, it would be great if I could buy every game that I want to for every studio I'm going to interview at, but that gets really expensive. And it's totally valid to say, I really wanted to play the game, but I don't have the money to buy it right now. That is a totally good thing to say. That said, you should look at alternate resources. Do you have a friend who maybe have the game and can let you borrow it? I saw, I don't know if this is true or not. I saw an advertisement for GameFly. I don't know if they're even still around, but maybe a service like that, you can rent it temporarily and check it out. Worst case, we actually had somebody who came in, and to their credit, they basically said, yeah, I don't really have the money to afford a subscription to buy a copy of ESO, but I've watched about 10 hours of Let's Play videos, and I've gone on the forums and I've kind of looked at what people are talking about. So something like that, it's just showing investment. Like, it shows that you are interested in this project, you are interested in this company, you can discuss the game that you could conceivably be working on. So yeah, best case is to play it, but if you can't, due to finances or, just not having money to buy another game, especially now, I imagine, at least do your research. YouTube's great, Let's Play, all sorts of things like that. Next thing I was going to talk about is, in an interview, you want to focus less on giving quote-unquote right answers and more on showing your work. And what I mean by that is, when I'm interviewing you for a design position, you have not created content in our game, you haven't created content in our engine. I don't expect to be able to ask you a question about a very technical setup in our game engine and have you answer it. Like, you can't. You haven't worked in the engine. When I ask you a design question, I'm really more interested in trying to kind of get an idea for how you think about design. And so when I say showing your work, if somebody asks you like, well, okay, you're applying for level designer, what do you think makes a really fun level? You could say, yeah, well, the first thing I think about when I sit down to create a level is, what's the experience going to be like? Am I providing kind of a steadily rising, excitement, like kind of like a roller coaster where I'm going up, then there's a climactic moment where I go over the hill, have a lot of fun, then I give players some time to breathe before their next encounter, or maybe you say, I try to focus on the story, and these are the ways I do it. Like, there's not going to be a right answer, because even designers at ZOS all work differently. We have different ideas, but the main thing is I want to be able to see how you think about design and that you can think about design. And that's really what you're answering, as opposed to a particular answer. In a similar way, be ready to talk nuts and bolts about games in the genre. And by the genre, I mean whatever genre you are interviewing in. So if you were applying at a studio to make shooters, you should have played not just the shooter that you're applying for, but other shooters that are competitors that are in the same genre. Because that shows that, again, if I'm hiring you to work in a shooter, I want to know that you understand shooters and you've played a number of shooters, not just, you're, say, an RTS player and you played one shooter this one time because you were interviewing here. That's certainly not going to disqualify you, but it's definitely better to know, oh yeah, I'm a big player of UT 2K4 back in the day. I love that. And I played Quake 3, played Rocket Arena, I played the heck out of that. A big fan of Call of Duty. I enjoy those games, etc. But it also gives you a lot of cases to fall back on. Like, if somebody asks you, let's say you didn't get to play the game, and it's like, well, what's a level you really enjoyed in our game? And you can say, well, I couldn't play it because of finances or whatever, but X game is very similar, and in this game I played this level and I really enjoyed it, and here's why. So if you can talk intelligently about multiple games in the genre, that shows that you're thinking about not just this game. And it's also something that we do. I mean, in game development, we steal a lot. Everybody steals a lot from everybody else. We look at what other games are doing, say, hey, that's really cool, that's a really great feature, and we work on, we'll sometimes bring that into our game. And I say steal, but I mean, really, it's not like, it's not a horrible thing. It's just, hey, this was fun, we should incorporate this. This is a question that throws a lot of people. It threw me at first. It comes in two versions. It's somebody asks you basically, what are your weaknesses, or what is your greatest failure? And I think as an instinct, most of us are like, wait, weaknesses? I don't want to admit weaknesses. You're going to see that I have weaknesses, and you're not going to want to hire me, or I've never failed at anything. I don't want to reveal that. Everybody has weaknesses, and this question is really about wanting to make sure that you know that. More importantly, and this is the second part, which often goes unsaid, we want to know that you know how to address your weaknesses. The way I answer this, and the way I would still answer this to this day, this is something I got called out early on when I started at ZOS. In meetings, especially when I got excited about a concept or about something we were doing, I would often interrupt people. Like somebody would be making a presentation, they say something that's super cool, and I would jump in and be, oh, well, what about this? What about this? And it annoyed the hell out of people. And fortunately, somebody told me, it's like, hey, you got to stop interrupting and let people actually talk. And once I was aware of that, it's like, oh yeah, that's a weakness. I should really look at that. And I basically every day I'm in a meeting or talking with someone, I am thinking about that and saying, yeah, I make sure they're finished. Sometimes I'll actually put my hand over my mouth, just kind of like I'm thinking, because it keeps me from blurting out a question when they're trying to provide a complete thought. So, and that's totally something that I accept. That's a weakness I have. But what I'm saying is, here's how I address it. So that's the second part of the question that's unspoken. With the, hey, what was your biggest failure question? It's basically, what did you do? Why didn't it work out, and what would you do differently if you had the chance to do it again? Because that shows that, hey, you've done something and you've learned from it. That's also a really important thing as a worker in the game industry. You need to be able to learn from your mistakes. Be ready to give examples of how you work with others. I think Katie, again, listening to the lunch chat, she touched on this really well, where one of the things before you interview, there's been a lot of evaluation of your portfolio and your skills. Sometimes you've taken tests to show that you can be a programmer or an artist. And at that point, we want to make sure that you can come in and work on a team and not be, kind of trying to dominate other people, not being difficult to work with, making sure you're a good fit. And one of the ways you can do that is to give examples of team projects you've done previously. One of the nice things about working at going to a game school and having that sort of experience is you do get to work on team projects, and you can give examples. Oh yeah, I was a designer and I was working with this artist, and initially we didn't click, but I saw that and I kind of asked them what the problem was and we worked it out. Being able to show that you understand that being able to fit within a team is just as important as being able to do the job. And the last bit I would say for interviewing is don't be afraid to ask for context for tough questions. Again, if somebody asks you, let's say you're interviewing and they say, hey, what makes a great level? Well, maybe that's too broad. And the thing to remember is that interviewers too, interviewers are people. Your interviewer doesn't have all the answers either. And so some people who, may ask a question that's actually too broad, that's very difficult to answer. So maybe you say, well, okay, yeah, can you give me some more context? Like, are we talking single player? Are we talking multiplayer? Am I, creating like a main story level, or is this kind of a side content? Don't be afraid to ask for content and get a little more, narrow it down kind of on what they're looking for. Similarly, and this is kind of a bonus, but this is the last thing I wanted to add, is to say, don't be afraid to say when you don't know the answer to something. Not everybody knows everything, and it's better, if somebody asks you a question that like totally stumps you, it's better to say, I've never thought about that. I don't have an answer now, but let me think about it a little while we're talking about other stuff. Maybe I'll have an answer later, or maybe I'll go look it up on my own and learn more. It shows a couple of things. It shows that you are aware that you don't know everything, and also that you're willing to learn. So yeah, I went through that. I figured I would go through that pretty quick because I tend to chat fast when I'm presenting. But that's really, oh yeah, and here's the seventh one, which I forgot. And this is kind of the crux of the whole interview. All I want to know when I'm interviewing a candidate is I want to come out of the interview confident that this person can do the job. And I don't mean that they're going to sit down on day one and be like working at the level of, a designer with 5 years of experience. But I want to know that, yep, this person fits in the team. They have done similar work to what we're doing. They seem to really understand, the nuts and bolts of whatever they're applying for, whether it's design or art or whatever. And I feel confident after talking with them that we can give them training, we can ramp them up, and they will be producing, great content. That's really all we're looking at the end of the day. So I'm going to pop over. Yeah, I'm in the Ask Questions text chat. So we had a couple of questions already, so I'm going to jump on that, and then yeah, just send more if there's anything else you want me to talk about. So this was a question from Keontae. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. Which was the question: how do you make that portfolio site, and did it cost money? So I made the portfolio site that I threw together. I put together in an app called Zara. It was like a $50 web app developer program that I had left over from I think 8 years ago, just because I wanted to throw together something super quick. I would honestly recommend that you just go to something free like WordPress or other sites. WordPress is great because you don't really have to know HTML, and it produces some really solid looking stuff. It just gives you a bunch of templates. So find something. I think the only downside to WordPress is it shows ads, but it's not a huge deal. But yeah, whatever level you're comfortable with, if you want to script your, HTML really well, you want to script your website from scratch, go for it. But it's honestly, fine to use whatever's available. WordPress is one example. I'm sure there's more. So okay, an alkaline. Could you provide the link to the sample site after your presentation? So yeah, that sample site is actually not on the internet. I just had it running locally. I'm not actually looking for a job now, so it's not up online. But so yeah, I don't have a sample site to link to right now. But if you want to look at, I guess, look for other people who are applying for jobs and look at their portfolios and see what they put up. I'm sure some of our other designers who are presenting today may have portfolio sites that they can link to. So yeah, that's two. Any other stuff that's come up based on the stuff that I just sped through at high velocity? Got 3 people typing. The suspense is great. All right. So the first question that popped up is from Katie, who I may or may not know in person. But yeah, so Katie asks, do you find it valuable to hear about what candidates do outside of the work-specific stuff? And yeah, actually, Katie, I'm glad you brought that up because that is another plus for candidates who are interviewing. One of the questions that we will often ask with a candidate who's coming in for a design position is, "Hey, what are you working on now?" And sometimes they'll answer, "Oh, I'm not really working on anything," and that's not bad, but again, it's not that exciting. Like if I ask, "Hey, what are you working on now?" and somebody says, "Well, I really wanted to learn more about Unreal 4, so I downloaded the engine and I'm working on a multiplayer map right now and testing that with my friends." So yeah, anything related to kind of what you'd be doing at the company that you're doing on your own is great to bring up because it shows, again, it just kind of reinforces the fact that you have passion for the job that you're interviewing for, that it's something you really enjoy doing, and you do it even if you're not getting paid. You're doing it on your own time. But also, it does help to keep your work current. If, again, I'm going to go back to the shooter example just because we've talked about that, but if you're applying at a studio that does shooters and you didn't have a particularly impressive example of a multiplayer level for a shooter in the work that you did at your game school, just because you didn't do that, go and create one of those or work on one of those or have one in progress that you can talk about. There's also sometimes interesting things, just knowledge outside of the game, like outside of the game industry. Like I think we had one guy who had a really fascinated by medieval history and had done a ton of study on like medieval warfare and had this kind of like encyclopedic knowledge of all this stuff dealing with that, and that was kind of nice. I mean, it's not directly pertinent to the job, but it is something that, hey, this can help provide ideas. So yeah, it's good to hear about that stuff. Okay, so the next question was from Alana. and she asked for the sample site. You had tabs for programming and documentation. What kind of stuff would go into those tabs specifically? So we can pop back to that because I think I still have it up. Let's see. So for the programming samples, primarily this website is designed with me interviewing for the purpose of designer. But designers often do a lot of scripting as well. We're not jumping in and coding the engine from scratch, but we're certainly using whatever scripting language has been provided to us by the engineers or whatever interface. So, and I think Katie touched on this as well, and I keep on bringing this up because Katie's a really great presenter. But she mentioned it's less important what languages you know and more that you really have kind of just a good grasp of coding. It's the same for designers with scripting. Maybe you've worked with Radiant Script, you've worked with Unreal Script, you've worked whatever it is, Lua. But it's more like you can think about how to script something once you have figured out the particular syntax of that particular language. So for mine, I'm not sure if it's showing up on the YouTube because of the resolution. I have basically a Zork style text adventure that I coded in C++ at Guildhall. We did some games where we basically coded in Lua to update the mechanics. So I have code samples from that. I did on my own when I was doing what we used to call machinima back in the day, when we were doing games within video game engines. I went into UT2K4 and recorded a way to do dynamic lip syncing, where basically you would interview a series of phonemes by letter, and then that would fire a bunch of textures on the mouth on the face of the model to make it look like it was talking about the words. So I have a sample of the script there. I've got another example. We did a 2D engine called Torque, and I did a boss fight, so I've got the scripting for that. So yeah, and actually I think we can look at this one, like the Ambugler boss fight. This was we did this Edward Gorey inspired game at Guildhall, which was like you ran around collecting animals, and it's a scripting sample, so I talked about what I did, but I also have a YouTube video right here, and this is a case where I don't know if it actually is going to play. I'm playing YouTube in YouTube. I don't know if that's going to work or not. But anyway, I'm not going to play the whole video, but I have a video of the boss fight actually in action, and I talk about, hey, I scripted it to work like this, and then you can actually see it. So that's a way I can show off, the program that I did in a visual sense. So hopefully that answered that. And so we'll look at one more tab with documentation samples. I just have some documents that I did for the various levels, like the design document, and obviously design is just videos of the actual level. All right, so the next question was from Keontae. I'm reading these to the stream just because I know the stream is going to be archived and people won't have the Discord chat, so that's why I'm restating these. So Keontae asked, Miss Katie said that you can't share code with other companies that you did for another company, so you might get a programming test. What if the game you create isn't for a company? Maybe it's a personal project or a school project. So that's actually a good question for Katie to talk about later too. But I would say in general, it is definitely that's not just the case for programming. That's often the case for design, is that you don't get to take anything with you when you go out the door. For my work, like an example with ESO, I had an ESO example on the front page. There's tons of Let's Play videos for ESO, and there's tons of places where people have recorded the game and put it up. And that's fine. There's no copyright on someone recording a game that they've purchased and are playing. So you can often use those samples, or if you have your own copy of the game, you can record your own work. Typically, what we're talking about there is like, at least I'm assuming what Katie was talking about was, proprietary code that you've developed, like for an audio engine or whatever. That's not something that you can ever share. So yeah, you would have to do more. It's probably more of a case when you're dealing with code as opposed to something that's actually out in the world that's being played, that's visible to players. Because if it's visible to players, it's out in the world. They're not gonna, say, oh, you can't share this, because we already have. Let me see if I make sure I answered all that. As far as personal project or school project, absolutely, you can show those off. And in fact, if that's some of the most impressive stuff you have, you absolutely should. Like if you did a school project that is just, killer, or, because you're just getting out of school, it's the most impressive thing you got. Yeah, highlight that. Whatever it is, personal, done at a company or whatever, if it's cool, show it off. The next question was from Felice. and asking what are your opinions on fan art on portfolio sites, because I've seen mixed statements. Some say it's a good way to share your artwork to masses, while others say that it doesn't show your creativity. I don't actually know the answer to that. That's what I guess I'm going to say. I have no idea. I love fan art. I'm not an artist. I honestly don't know how an artist would evaluate fan art versus unique art. Um, I can speak to it as a designer and say that, let's say an artist who I'm interviewing for, I don't know why I would be interviewing an artist, but let's say I am for whatever reason, something has gone horribly wrong. If they have done fan art for the game that I'm working on, for me, that's kind of cool. It's like, oh, neat. And if that fan art looks like something we would have done internally, that's even better. So I'd be like, oh, wow, this person has basically put up a piece of art that looks exactly like what we would ship in our game. That's kind of cool. But I do want to be very cautious and say I would defer to an artist there to as to whether fan art is something that you'd want to put up or not. I can only speak very generally to that. The next question was from Cade, and he had asked what are the do's and don'ts for finding if a studio is hiring. So that's an interesting question. Katie and I know a couple other people had talked about networking and how important that is. That's definitely one way. My child is stomping upstairs, so hopefully you're not hearing that. If you are, I apologize. Networking is certainly one way that you can know when studios are hiring where they haven't necessarily put the job out to the general public. They may say, hey, we're looking for this, but we haven't announced it yet. But other than that, every game company or most every game company has a jobs area. If you go to their website, they'll have we're recruiting or jobs or whatever, and they'll list the jobs that they're recruiting for. So yeah, just go to the website initially. If you know someone at the company specifically, you can. It's okay to ask. Hey, are you guys hiring? You're looking for anything right now? I would not be at all offended by that question. So yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any don'ts. None come to mind offhand. But I mean, I guess don't be stalkery about it. That's the only thing I can think. Like if you meet someone, let's say you meet someone at an IGDA meeting, and they're like, oh yeah, totally, drop me a line when you're out, if you have questions, and you're emailing them like every day, like, hey, any job openings today? Any job openings today? Like, I could see that kind of behavior kind of turning that person off. But I think most people would know that's probably not cool. So that's how I would answer that. Katie actually has an answer to an earlier question, talking about code and whether it's proprietary or not. She's saying you can certainly show code from your school project, but also make it into a YouTube video, like Eric said. Okay, so the next question that I see from Bay is building on what Felice said. Should work on fan games ever be put on a portfolio, like a game that may or may not be allowed under copyright laws, but is done anyways? And yeah, that's another interesting one. As far as the legal ramifications of that, I'm not really going to get into that because I'm not a lawyer. I will get into it from the perspective of I am interviewing you for a job. For me personally, and again, this is my personal opinion. It does not represent the opinion of my employer. Standard disclaimer. If you have worked on, say, a team project with multiple people where you were filling a specific role, and you folks have shipped a game, like you have done a fan project, it is done, it is out there, it is playable, that is a big win in my book because it shows that you can work with a team, you can do the job that we're hiring for, and you didn't give up halfway. Starting a game is easy. Shipping a finished game, and putting it out there is hard. It often feels like the first 90% of a level, speeds by, and the last 10% takes forever. So for me personally, if you had worked on a fan project and you had completed it, I would be impressed by that. As to the legality of that, I can't speak to that. I would just say maybe in the interview you say, yeah, I worked on this fan project. This is what I did. We shipped. It was great. So that's how I would answer that. Keontae has a question as to how would you suggest I structure a YouTube video? That's a little more general then I could answer specifically. So I'll give some specific examples. Let's say you have done a single player level. You're using a single player level in a game as your your portfolio highlight. I would start. You could probably just play through the level from start to finish. Honestly, you could do highlights if you decide that there's a lot of dead space. Um, but yeah, I mean, you may just want to start out and play through it and let uh let people talk about it. One of the things I did in my early videos, I don't know if this actually helped me get a job at ZOS or not, but for my 2D side scroller, which is one of the first projects I worked on at Guildhall, I recorded the first level, which is actually the level that I had built for the game, and I did a voiceover for it, where basically I played through the level, and then I had a voiceover that I recorded and basically talked about, so here's why I put this pickup here. I want to introduce players to this mechanic, and I knew they're about 30 seconds in, I want them to encounter their first door. You hit doors to destroy it, so I wanted to make sure they understood that. So I basically did my own director's commentary, essentially, on my work, so that not only would reviewers see the level, but they would hear me kind of explaining my design process and my thought process as to how I created it. So for a single player level, that would be a great example. For something, say it's just like a highlight reel of some of the best art that you've done, maybe, yeah, just show like, hey, show the model that, say you've created a character model, show the character model off from multiple angles, show off some animations. If you want to make it super cool, maybe go to YouTube, find some free music, time it to the music, have some fade outs, kind of make it really interesting. But yeah, just I would say basically just think about your audience, think about what you're trying to convey to the person who you're trying to get this job. The person who's going to be interviewing you. Do you want to show them your thought process? Do you want to show them cool visuals, and base your video about that? So let's see. So the next question, this is from Michael. Okay, so I'm relaying some stuff from the chat that we've gotten. So Katie suggested for the videos to put the most important stuff first, because you may only get 30 seconds of attention from your viewer. That is often true. It's kind of a general principle just to think about. We always, as somebody who's reviewing you when you're applying, we always want to give you the best chance. We want to make sure that we've reviewed stuff, but quite often things come up. Let's say we're right in the middle of a crunch deadline, or something came up that day where we weren't in the office and we're coming in like 10 minutes before your interview and trying to catch up. Stuff does happen, so that's why I talk about, hey, keep your resume to one page, put your main project front and center. Like, the less effort someone has to go through to see your most impressive stuff, the better it's going to be. So that's just a general principle to keep in mind. So Michael has a comment from Cade. It's always okay to ask your friends and family if an email chat you'd like to send makes sense. When I was in the club, I'd ask my dad and my siblings if a letter I was writing read well, and if I was being too frequent sending messages to people. So that's pertaining to do's and don'ts. Let's see. All right, so yeah, we got some good tips going on in the channel. Good stuff. Does anybody want me to expand on any other stuff that I've talked about so far? We've got about maybe another 10 minutes. If anybody wants me to jump on anything else. Oh, and I'll switch back over to the PowerPoint. Don't need to keep staring at the resume thing I did in 5 minutes. Okay, so we got a piece of concept. You can't see this if you're watching the stream. There's a piece of concept in the Discord for portfolio, and the question is from Felice, for portfolio pieces to companies, like sketches like this for finished pieces. Again, I don't want to speak too heavily to art since I'm on the design side. But I would say, just in general, I think the sketch, just to describe the sketch, it's kind of a cutaway of an interior with a lot of cool details and some explanations of what everything is. So that, I mean, again, I think just the art that you're showing off, you want to have a range of art, you want it to be impressive, and if you can, you want it to be pertinent to whatever that studio is doing. But yeah, I would say as far as a portfolio, finished pieces versus sketches, Uh, I would say probably the finished piece is going to be a little better, but I am going to say up front I'm not sure because I'm not an artist, so I don't want to provide a cut and dry answer there because I could be steering you wrong. So yeah, if we have somebody who's more art inclined, they might be answer that a little better than me. And as we're waiting, if there's no more questions, I'll try to think if there's anything else I want to expand on as far as interviews. A few other things to keep in mind. You'll often get the chance to ask questions of your interviewers. This is a pretty common practice that we do where we interview the person for about 45 minutes and then the last 10 we'll say, all right, well, what questions do you have for us? And it's curious, like what questions do you ask? The questions that we like to hear that are also good for you is, trying to get asking questions about company culture, how prevalent is crunch, what's a typical day like for you. One of the questions I really like when interviewing a design candidate is when a design candidate asks me, hey, so what's your day to day like? Like, what do you do, when you come in on a Monday, what do you do during the day? Where are you spending your time? And that's a good example of a question that's a really good, it shows that you're thinking about how you're going to be fitting into this job and you're interested in learning more. There's other questions about, anything related to the position or the area, what's housing like here? Well, is housing super expensive? Where should I look at, living if I were to move? Stuff like that. Again, it shows interest in the position in the company. So Katie has a question, which what is the typical background of a content designer? So that is probably I will not assume to speak for all content designers because I would probably get in trouble for doing that. I can speak to my own background as a content designer, and I would say that I probably started out. I've been developing games probably like many of you since I was pretty small. I was coding in BASIC when I was I guess it was fourth or fifth grade. I can't remember. It was actually before that because my mom was a programmer, and so I got into that. But I was always designing board games and modding like Neverwinter Nights and the original Doom and Quake. Back in college, I did a 2-hour, 10-minute long feature-length movie in the Quake engine. Where yeah. So I was all over the board doing a bunch of different stuff. I would say that of the content designers I know, like they are generally creating content, they're creating gameplay outside of work because it's something that we just really enjoy. So I want to go back to Felice's question about the portfolio piece, even though we can't see it because we have a kind of a better answer here. For concept art, there are two different types: quick concept versus illustration. Both skills are important. The image that we're seeing in the Discord is probably more of an illustration, which shows the color setting, style, side view breakdown, etc. And this would be a good concept to give a 3D artist. So that's in Discord as well, but that's definitely someone who's more qualified from me. Oh yeah, and we have a link, so there's a link in the Discord to that. But yeah, back to, I was talking about questions as far as what you can ask interviewers. Definitely asking about the company and the position is good. And another question that I think a lot of people like is the question of what are you looking for in the person who you're hiring for this position? Like if you're interviewing as a content designer, what do you look for in your content designer candidates? Because it shows that you're interested in doing what you need to do to fill this role. So that's a great question to ask, and it also helps you kind of evaluate how you're doing in the interview. At ZOS we have interview candidates go through like multiple interviews. Like they'll have hour-long blocks with 4 or 5 people in a row. So that's a question you can get in early. It may give you insight into how to talk about the job in later sections. So that's a good thing to keep in mind. Oh yeah, and Keontae asked, you coded in 4th grade. Yes, but it was basic. So I think we were learning in basic and we were learning basic in school at the time. So I wasn't in C++ or anything, but basic was pretty fun. And I think that's kind of where I got the bug for scripting and coding is I think as a designer, one of the things that keeps me motivated and that I most enjoy is basically when I throw together whatever type of scene it is, whether it's I've scripted something or I've put together a theater scene, I get to see the pieces in the engine kind of acted out, and get the feeling like, oh, I did that, I made that, and it works, and it's cool looking, and that's exciting for me. But there's also a puzzle solving element to it too. You have to figure out how to use the tools that you have to make the game entities do the things that you want to do. And so when you figure that out, that's also kind of a rush. So I think those two things together are really what keep me going. It looks like we have one more question coming in the chat, so. So this is a really great question. Actually, it's a good thing to talk about. Felice has a question about sometimes I have a hard time giving design criticisms to others because I don't want to hurt their feelings. How do I overcome this barrier, and what's your process for giving criticisms? And I think this is something that I think a lot of people struggle with. I don't think you're alone in this. I know it's something I think about as well. And it's also a talent that people need to have. I think in addition to having a talent for giving criticism the right way, people also need to be able to take criticism and not take it personally. I think for me at least, when working with other designers, the main thing I try to focus on when I let's say I've reviewed a level, I'm playing a level that they've completed, and I'm not doing this. They've actually asked me for feedback, like, please play this, tell me what you think. I tend to focus on giving criticism, kind of laying out what worked and what didn't, and why, at least for me. So as an example, let's say I played the level and I didn't like the character for whatever reason. Let's say the main character I didn't enjoy. I thought this character was annoying or whatever. I would probably call out something like, hey, this character, I wasn't, I didn't really like hanging out with them. The reasons why is because I felt like they were talking, the way the dialogue is written, it feels like they're talking down to me the whole time. They seemed like they're written as a very selfish character, which I know was the intent. Let's say they've told me that. But, my God, my child is running around. Um, but yeah, so going back to that, I would say, this is why it didn't work for me. Sometimes you can offer suggestions as to what might have worked better. But again, you're not designing for them. You're just saying, if you'd done this or if you'd done this, it might have worked out. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna see if I can kind of let the child know not to run around screeching. I will be right back. All right, I am back. That's a fun example of working from home, which I'm sure everyone enjoys. But yes, we suggest, yeah, good, bad, something to improve. Yeah, I just try to focus with giving criticism. I try to focus on the work and not the person, which is good. Which is good, overall. But make it clear that, hey, I know what you're going for. This is why it didn't work for me personally. Here's some suggestions for how it might have worked better, and do with this what you will. But yeah, as far as taking criticism, I would say the big thing to keep in mind is that, again, understand it's not criticism of you. You're working together to try to make the best product possible. And another thing to look at is that as you get criticism and you improve your level, ultimately the end project is gonna be even better, and that will reflect well on you. The fact that, hey, you've made this thing that everyone enjoys. So yeah, I would say just focus on the work and not on the person, and try to provide reasons for your criticism. Like, I didn't like this is not useful. I didn't like this because I felt overwhelmed by the number of choices I was given, or I'm not really good at shooters and I felt like I was failing repeatedly, or this character didn't work for me because I felt like they were talking down to me. That's all stuff that's actionable. That's something where I, as a designer, can take your feedback and have a reason for it and decide, do I want to address it, and if so, how? All right, so we have another question from Keontae talking about just got accepted into UMBC for fall 2020 game programming. I'm pretty sure UMBC teaches how to work together with artists and other people with different roles. What do you think I should focus on in the meantime in my journey through game development? Right now I'm learning Unreal Engine. So I think Unreal's a great engine to work on. It's used by a lot of studios right now. I know Unity is also really popular and is used by a number of studios. Um, I think engines are kind of like programming languages where if you are a designer, you can design in any engine once you learn the basics. Just as if you understand programming, you can really do good programming in any language once you understand the syntax. So as long as you're working in something, and in this case you're working in Unreal, I think you're fine. If you want to dig into Unreal and really learn how to kick ass with that, then just go for it. And yeah, get as familiar as you can with that as possible. One thing in general that I find useful as a designer, even if it's not something you dig into, is to try to understand how the other departments that you're working with, how they are working in the engine as well. For example, I'm going to go back again because Katie's such a good presenter. I'm going to go back to something she brought up where she was working with a UI designer who didn't understand the powers of two, and she explained that to them. It's helpful as a content designer if you understand, what goes into creating an asset and putting it in the game. Even if you aren't doing that, it's useful so you at least understand what the artists are doing. Similarly, if you are, say, a fiction designer where you're writing fiction for a level and you're working with a content designer and an artist, it's helpful as a fiction designer to understand what is possible in the engine. Like, for example, this is going to be a multiplayer mission. You're going to be playing this for 3 other people. As a fiction designer, if you understand that you can't have everyone stopping and talking to an NPC in a dialogue window because 3 people are going to run on and do the next objective, that helps you in writing your a script for the mission that works. So cross-discipline knowledge, even if you aren't interviewing for that to do that thing, that's helpful because it helps your work fit better with others. So it's always great to focus on your own stuff, but if you can learn a little about what the other what art and design and engineering are doing to get their work into the engine, that's helpful. So I think we are about at my time. So we got one more presentation after this. I am gonna stick around for that, and I'll be around for a little bit after if anybody has any additional questions that I didn't get to. But hopefully this was helpful. It's the first time I did this presentation. But hopefully it was useful to everyone. And yeah, just feel free to ping me with any additional stuff as things go on. So I'm going to kill the stream, and then I'll let everything get back to, and I'll be in Discord for audio. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Eric, for the presentation. We now have our final presentation up next from Bobby Foster Bobby Foster is a character artist at ZeniMax Online Studios who applies his mastery of duct tape, bubblegum, and staples for outsourced support. A couple quick notes. Bobby has requested that all questions are posted in the YouTube live chat after he opens things up for questions, so give him a chance to give his talk, and then he'll open things up, and you can ask things there. If you don't have a YouTube account, just go ahead and post in the Discord questions chat, and we'll just make sure to copy those over to the YouTube live chat.
It did generally take a second for it to pick up. So right now I just see my introduction video.
Yeah, because I was watching YouTube and it was somebody else.
Yeah. You're up now, actually.
Okay.
So I'll let you guys stop. Bye.
Bye. Alright, just checking to see. Let me check. Can everybody hear me? Just waiting for a message real quick. Make sure this is live. Just double checking. All my settings are right. Great, cool, I'm live. Alright, good afternoon everyone. It's Bobby Foster. As my friends know me, I'm Albert Foster III. It's my given name, and I was graciously invited to join this panel by my good friend Katie, also a colleague of mine, works at ZeniMax Online Studios, where I'm gainfully employed, thank God. So happy to be there, and happy to be with you guys today to talk about a few things. I'm a character artist, and my journey through this thing to land a career in the industry has been somewhat of a interesting one, to say the least. Also, I have a few topics I want to go over today, talking to some students, those of you who are interested in trying to break into the industry and want some insight, things hopefully I can help you out with, because I know when I was coming through, and it seemed like a mysterious, daunting task, and it was a real arduous process, but I'm here now, so hopefully I can make this journey a little easier for those of you who are coming up and want to get into the industry. Topics that I want to cover, I guess I'll go back into my bio, your focus on what you want to do in the industry, and specifically art. Me being a character artist, I'm going to give you some insight on what I've learned, what I've experienced, and hopefully that will help you out in your journey. Next topic, the fire, what I call the fire, and that would be in regard to dedication, seasoned with a little bit of sacrifice, and I'll get back into that as we move on, and then I'll segue over into portfolio, what you're going to need in your portfolio to make things happen for you. After that, I'll go into a little bit of extras that have helped me out along the way, and I'll go specifically as far as what these extras are, that will help you, and they cost nothing. They're free. Everything I'm giving away today is free, so you'll be able to have this information. Hopefully it'll help you out, and it's free of charge. So I'm a huge comic book nerd, video game nerd, and as with comics, video games, everyone has or is introduced to the character's origin story, and that's when I'll just segue into my own. And mine's, I guess, from a standpoint, it's pretty interesting how I went about this whole thing, getting into the industry. Professionally, I started out in my 20s. I wanted to be a comic book penciler, and having been an artist drawing since the age of 3, I broke into that industry in an independent company, and finally thought I made it. I thought it was it. It was like, oh wow, this is awesome, and find out that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, because it wasn't a situation where I was compensated, where I live comfortably. So I was trying to figure a way out as far as okay, how can I? And this is at a time where, oh gosh, I'm going to date myself, but that's okay because you can already see the grays in my goatee, so that's fine. I'm just going to date myself. It's okay. Going back, this is, oh wow, this is 1994. So thought I was cool, and I was a penciler at a comic book gig, and realized that it wasn't for me. Got glimpses of the CG world here and there, and became curious. Wanted to know what it was all about. Wanted to look behind the scenes. Wanted to have someone pull the curtain back for me and see how things were working. And at that time, there was no way to find out information. So every little tidbit, every little article in a magazine, I could grab and put my hands on. I wanted to see what was going on. Luckily, I had moved. I'd left the indie comic book company. I was still drawing on my own, trying to keep my skill set up. I had to get a real job. I was working at I was working at Verizon. I was with them for 11 years, but during that time, I was finding out more and more about the industry, and I was teaching myself, because I was getting magazines. I was getting 3D World. You probably have heard of 3D World, 3D Artist, CineFX, everything I could get my hands on. And at that time, even prior to that, I became aware of Maya. And this is back in the day where it was version 4, and they were owned by Alias. This is way before Autodesk even took them over. And it was a thing where I was getting my hands on copies of student versions of Maya and trying to figure it out, and realizing that, it's based on geometry, which I avoided like the plague in high school. But the irony of it is all having to learn geometry because I wanted to get into this industry. So eventually, having taught myself and how to work in Maya and do the things and have a rudimentary understanding as an artist, and just was like, I felt it was just so daunting. Then I think a year or so later, this is like we moved all the way up to 2004, and I was reading articles about a particular artist that was working digitally, and he was coming up with these photorealistic renders, and I looked at it and I was like, wow, who is this dude? He is nice. I gotta find out what is this? What is this magical thing he is using? I want to know more. I want to see if I can get my hands on it. And lo and behold, it was like version 1 of ZBrush. And to me, ZBrush was like the gift of the sculpting gods come down from heaven and bestowed upon artists, because it was something that I could put my hands on, and it felt intuitive, like I could actually, because I'm a traditional sculptor as well, and I could work with clay, and I was like, wow, this is I'm working digitally, but this feels like I'm actually sculpting. So it was a revolution. It was a revolutionary program for me. And going back to that artist, that it was an artist that I had followed and been a fan of since I was a kid from the Michael Jackson videos, and it was Rick Baker. And that name might sound familiar to some of you. And he was, Rick Baker being the end all be all guy. Having seen him work in ZBrush, it was just like, wow, okay, this is a real thing. And then later on, finding out that ZBrush was becoming more and more so popular in the industry, not only the gaming community, but in the movie industry. And the first FX house to start using it in a full production, movie production, was it was utilized in Underworld, and that caught my attention off the bat. And I was like, oh wow, this is cool. I definitely got to get a hold of this and work in this. After that, it was a thing where, I wanted to get my name out there. I was working and teaching myself various techniques and just, trying to stay current, because in the industry, the methodologies and the technology changes, it seems like every 6 months. So you got to constantly study and hone your craft and keep up with the latest goings-ons, in which I was doing and losing sleep. But I wanted this thing so bad, and I gained some notoriety on the internet because I was spamming everyone with my artwork. I'm like, hey, you want to see some artwork? I got something cool. Well, take a second to look at it. If not, cool. Look at it anyway. But yeah, it was a thing I was showing everyone. I was hitting up all the groups, and I went back to my comic book roots. And with that, having learned Maya and coupling in my pipeline with ZBrush and Photoshop, I devised a way on how to actually construct and have a full production for a comic book using ZBrush assets, because I was like, I got tired of, in the comic book industry, I was tired of drawing the same character with multiple views over and over again. And I was like, there's got to be an easier, quicker way. So I was thinking to myself, I was like, I can do this using, why not use my assets that I've already sculpted and rigged and put them to use for me. So with that, I had a good buddy of mine, Jason. He stuck with me, and had an idea to write this thing in this comic book, and we did 2 issues together, and produced and published, and that's how I really got a toehold into this whole 3D thing. With that got me notice also, back to the internet, of someone that was gracious enough to take the time to look at my work, and she happened to work in HR for the wonderful company where I am now. Thank you, Tess. She saw one of my posts, and she asked me, and it's funny because it's this post here, and this is the one that got me the attention. And she asked me, "Is this your work?" I said, "Yeah." And me being curious, I always want to see who's contacting me, so I went on her page and looked at her bio and everything. I was like, oh, she's cute. Let me holler. Let me see what she wants. And at that point, it was funny because she's like, well, I work for a video game company, and are you looking for work? And I was like, oh, even better. She wants me for my talent. That's awesome. So then I was truly interested. I wanted to hear what she had to say. And at which point, she started giving me the lowdown of where she worked, and that they're interested in finding artists, and I was a local talent, so it was kind of like being Cal Ripken. I was like, oh, I'm hometown. This studio's right here. It's right up the street in Hunt Valley. Oh, it's awesome. So it was a thing for me that was another godsend. And positions weren't available at the time, and luckily she stuck with me. And when something became available, she made sure to put me in front of the lead artist my current lead, Tatiana. Thank you for allowing a brother to eat. She put me in front of Tatiana and let her see my work, and lo and behold, it segued into me getting a spot in Zenimax. I mean, there's some other things that happened along the way, but that's the short of it. Honestly, this just goes into as far as if you're a young artist coming up, a little insight about the industry. Luckily, my portfolio was tailored on character art. Now I know, and I've talked to many students from around the globe, even because I've got a Facebook like page, and at the time it was over. Let's just say it was a few thousand likes. I'll say that, and kids from across the globe on different continents were asking me questions. I'm wondering. I was just like, oh wow, okay, what's going on? And finding out, that they were coming through, and that they were instructing students, and it's good, but it's also a thing where you're in school and you discover that being a jack of all trades, you can light, you can rig, got a little bit of character art, got a little character animation. It's not that way in the real world. And my point being, for one of my topics, your focus, you got to pick one. And with that, luckily, my focus was laser beam focus on character art, so that helped me a great deal. For students out there, it's going to be a reality check when you realize that, oh wow, I went to school, I learned this, and I want to do all these things, and no, pick one, just pick one. So with that, having that focus, you want to make sure that you hone your talents and skill sets on that focus, and make sure you're sharp. You want to be really proficient at anatomy if you're a character artist. Well, I'll speak from the point of a character artist. You want to make sure that your design elements, as far as your foundation art is solid. You can present a strong silhouette. You're familiar with anatomy as far as what your chromium process is, your iliac crest, things like that. When you go into anatomy, you want to make sure you demonstrate not only structure and anatomy, that you can present these characters, and then the technical aspect of your 3D portfolio, as far as your topology, your UV layout, and so on. You want to make sure all these things are very presentable, because people are looking at you. They want to make sure, okay, is this guy or is this woman worthy to be a part of this team, and do we have to go and train them, or do we have to spend a certain amount of money to get them up to speed? No, they want you up and running and ready to go. And the industry is very fast moving, and they need someone fast moving like that. So that was another hurdle for me, because I got in it a little late. So I said, okay, I got to keep up with these young cats and let them know that I still have the guff and the energy for this, and I'm ready. So that leads me to segue into my other topic, fire, and that's the dedication for this craft, the dedication for this thing that we love, because it's cool. All of us, the majority of society, we see the end product, we see the art, and we see these cool characters on screen that we use as our avatars and manipulate and have them do jumps and flips and shoot all these bad guys. That's cool. And while we see that, and there comes an amount, whether you're just looking at art from like 5 to 10 seconds of gratification, or playing a character and you're in that game for 40, 80 hours plus, there are years that go into this thing. So with that in mind, the time it takes to make quality game art presentation takes time. And with that, you're going to have to sit down and be aware that, dedicate your time, effort, focus on this craft that we love. It's going to be a little bit of sacrifice. You may not be able to go out and hang with your friends and your homies, and they want to go out. Well, but right now, during this pandemic, nobody's hanging out. But when things get back to normal, it's going to be a thing where you're going to have to say to yourself, I set a certain amount of time and hours to hone my craft, look at a goal where you want to get to, and have your portfolio constructed in a way where you can make a career out of doing something you love. And this is something my father talks to me about all the time, and it's just, he's like, boy, you know what? You don't work a day in your life. I was like, well, right now, Pop, you're right. He's like, you know why? He said, because you're doing something you love. You never work a day. I was like, you're right, old man. I subscribe to that because I walk into a building and, I work on things that I love to do, and I'm surrounded by people who are ultra talented every day. So that's the payoff. That's the payoff. So don't think that these things, as far as this little bit of sacrifice because of you're dedicated to your craft, there is light at the end of the tunnel. But you have to sit down and you have to focus and be dedicated to this and learn. A lot of tutorials are out on the web, and people collect these tutorials, and they're like, yeah, I saw that tutorial that Grizzetti pulled. I got that on Gumroad, and I paid, $40 for that. I got that. Okay, you have it, but have you sat down and actually learned? That's the thing that's going to separate you as far as really elevating your artistry and learning and about the industry and keeping up, because these are things that make good artists. Because usually everyone, all the artists I encounter, there's some talent, but what's going to separate them are those that are dedicated and pursue this craft night and day because they're hungry and they want to strive to better themselves always. And for example, I was just last night, I was with my mentor slash friend slash colleague, and he talked to me, and I'm showing him some work. We're working back and forth. We're on Discord, and he's like, yeah, Bob, I'm gonna let you know right now, that's not gonna cut it. Go back to ZBrush and sculpt it. I'm like, wow, because I was in Substance Painter thinking I was making some headway, and he's like, no. So even the stage that I'm in, it's always good to have, another person look at your work that is going to give you an honest critique about these hard hours you put into. That leads me to portfolio. Portfolio. Need I say it again? A portfolio is what is the main factor. I would say 90% of what's going to get you that job. What's going to get you, scratch that, what's going to get you a career? Because there's a difference. I've had a lot of jobs in my life, but I never had, this is my first career. So I'll say that and keep that in mind. There's a major difference because I do what I love. Portfolio. You want to make sure, and here's a little insight. These folks that are reviewing portfolios, they only got so much time in the day. They're not trying to look through your little blog and see your progression, all your little sketches, and all your little works that you did in high school or that you did in middle school, or that you did on your doodles. No, they don't have time for that, because they're looking at hundreds of candidates in regards to getting this position. They want the best of the best of the best. So you want to make sure that you're doing this and you put your best foot forward. So with your portfolio, you want to make sure you have only a few pieces. You don't have to show them something that's just a massive amount of work. That's not necessary. You just want to show some few stellar pieces that you have that you're proud of, and make sure they're organized in such a way where, the first piece is something to get their attention. Be like, oh, who is that? This guy's got some talent. Let me see what else he's got. That's the first piece. The second piece, you carry suit, and you make sure you're consistent, and making sure you go and follow through with that last piece. However many pieces you have, it's as powerful, or it's more so. It's even more eye-catching than the first piece. So they remember your name, and they're like, oh yeah, that dude. Yeah, remember? Oh, I saw him. He was nice. Oh, he had a good portfolio from beginning to end. I had to look through it again because it was that good. You want to keep this in mind. Now, with that, I was lucky because, looking through, this is my portfolio currently, and this is something that you'll find with character artists, that we are constantly updating the portfolio. I talk to all the artists in the studio, and every different one that I've spoken with has looked at me, or I've seen their work, and they don't like their work. They're never happy. We are never happy. And you as an artist, those of you who are looking to seek this career path, it's understandable. You're not going to be happy. So you're constantly wanting to improve and show better quality pieces, but making sure that they're top notch. And this being my current portfolio, because it's changed over time, where I'm like, okay, this piece is not going to do it. This is not representative of my current skill level. So making sure you got to have a strong portfolio that's going to make people remember you, and it goes and it shows what you're capable of. This is last piece I worked on, published piece. I've got a couple in the can that are waiting for me to reveal, but this one I did my spare time, because once again, whether you're working the 9 to 5, whether you're in school and you got a part-time job, you got to keep up with your skill set. You have to set aside that time to make sure you have a crisp portfolio. It's sharp. Got to be sharp. So with that, I was working, and I got a career, and I'm still working on my spare time, because I can't really even scratch it. I can't even really call it work. I love what I do. But this is some examples. I show a breakdown of my major high poly ZBrush sculpt, what I was doing in Substance. Let's see if I can refresh this. Okay. I wanted to show you, but it also has my link, a direct link. Those of you familiar with Sketchfab, you can go in there and look at the character's topology and layout for the UVs, and if you want to critique my work, that's fine. I'm up for it. But these are things that you want to definitely have in your arsenal to show those people, recruiters and HR people and character leads, artists alike, that are looking to give you a job, to give you a headway into a career. So you want to make sure you display your skill set and you know what you're doing. Your work should speak for you, honestly, because when you show someone your portfolio, and if you're on a one-on-one in person, or you're video conferencing, you want to make sure that you don't have to explain your work. I've seen throughout my career, my life, even as an artist, I have other artists coming up and they want to explain their work. And I'm like, you shouldn't have to tell me this little story in bio and explain these flaws and whatever. I should look at this and be like, okay, I see what you're doing. But when you have to sit there and explain your work, it's not ready yet. It's not ready to be shown. You should never, your work should be self-explanatory and pop it. It's got to be something that's going to be so eye-catching and tell its own story. So that you want to do. You want to make sure you have that on lock to ensure yourself a spot and get a career. Got to have that portfolio speak to you. Moving on. Let's see. And this is actually, I'm ahead of schedule, so I'm doing well. Extras. And with this, what I mean by this, things that will make people remember you in a positive light. It's very important. A lot of people forget this, and these things cost nothing. They're free. And, to practice these things on a daily even helps. But kindness and manners go a long, long way. Cost nothing. It's free. And I'm going to tell you right now, this industry is very small. It's a very small ecosystem, and everybody knows everybody. Or if they don't know you directly, they heard about you. And word gets around quick. So, if you are not a practitioner of kindness and manners, home training, you better get some. Because it will get you a little farther than what you anticipated than the next guy. Because these things are things that people remember. And it's got me a long way. It's worked well for me. Being kind, having some manners, polite. It costs nothing. A little bit of sir and ma'am might get you some extra kudos, but it helps. It helps. Professionalism, making sure you know your stuff without seeming like you're pontificating or you just I know it all. You don't want to come off as that too, but you want to be confident. Be confident. And with some humility. Sprinkle some humility on that. You want to make sure you little dash of humility. And make sure, that people recognize that, oh, okay, he knows what he's talking about. He has a good idea and he's sure of himself. Okay, this is good. Lastly, and I guess this is a I talked to a few colleagues about this because this is funny to me. But for the students out there, no business cards, please. Please, stop it. Stop it. Because you're approaching people in the industry who have a career already. And you're hungry. You're looking for a career. So the notion is when you have and pass this business card off to somebody, I think it's funny. It's like, here's my card. Call me. I'll tell you right now, those things go right in the trash. And I won't remember who you are. I'm like, well, you just killed a tree. Oh, well, I'll act like I'm put in my wallet and I'm like, yeah, man, I'll say this for later. That thing goes right in the trash. You like I said, you killed a tree. Don't do it. Don't do it. What you can do, be smart, be savvy about it, and what will really get you remembered, because that's the end goal. You want to talk to these people that remember you, that you want to have them remember you in the industry, and he said, "Hey man," because this goes over real well with artists. "Hey man, what's your Instagram?" Because everybody got Instagram, especially artists, or Facebook. One of the two, you'll get lucky. "What's your Instagram or Facebook, man? Can I follow you?" And more than likely, 9 out of 10 times, they're going to pull out their phone. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. What's your name? And hey, can you follow me back? And this is my name. And that's how you are smart and get your contact information over. And you In addition, you can also develop a rapport and get some more insight on what's going on in the industry. Be smart. And, you make these friends and be like, yeah. So when you go apply for the job, because I'll give you some context of how this works. Going back to everybody knows everybody. Excuse me. It's a thing where if you apply at my place of business, at ZeniMax, they have a very unique hiring system, which I love, because all of the artists, not only HR, not only the leads, everyone is involved in the hiring process. And we have a say. So if you come through and you exhibit all the positive qualities, and you met another artist, say for instance, hypothetically, you met me on the street and or at a symposium, convention, whatever, and we share contact information out, and we go to the hiring scenario, and they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, this guy's a potential guy." I was like, "Wait a minute, I remember that kid. Yo, he was not only polite, professional. Matter of fact, I saved him in my contacts. Yeah, you might, give him a. He's getting a thumbs up from me." So, and they take everyone's vote into consideration. And with that, 9 out of 10 times, you put yourself at a higher level in regards to getting that career. And it works conversely as well, because I've seen it in person, and it's when I saw it happen, I was like, ooh, wow. And it was a situation where, oh, I heard about such and such, and they applied for a job. I work for them at this other studio. I ain't like Slim. Be mindful. So those things, this community, this industry we work in is very insular. It's very, very tight knit. So if you don't think anybody's heard of you, they heard of you. So going back to, being kindness, being polite, having some manners, being that guy, be like, he's real. Oh yeah, I like him. He's good to work with, because these are people you're going to be working with on a project. It's not an insular thing. It's you're going to be working closely, and you might want some insight, or you might want some knowledge or help with how to get things in. And being the nice guy, people are more apt to help you. So that goes a long way as well. I think I've covered all the topics, and wow, I got a little bit of time left, so this is good. I would love to field some questions if anyone has any direct questions, because I wanted to talk to you guys first, and then field some questions directly. So if you have questions, I'll read the questions back, and then try to answer to the best of my ability. So give me a second. If anyone has anything, I'm pulling up this. Here we go. So hopefully, if you have questions, I'll read the questions back. Let's see. And of course, bear with me. My YouTube just went out. I appreciate you guys giving me a little watch, a little view today, and hearing me out and the things that I had to say. So it's an awesome thing to be asked to this, and I'm very appreciative. Many thanks to Shay and Katie as well, because this is, hopefully I can help somebody. Let's see. Alright. Pulling this up now. Had to turn the volume down a little bit so I won't hear myself. Alright, here we go. questions. Oh, wow. Let's see. Thank you, Kevin. Kev J Art, I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. Let's go to oh, my man. What's up, Alonzo? AVT Pro. How do you get your Spider-Man webbing so tight? Wow. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to Spidey. Let's talk about this for a second. And honestly, it was fun working on this, and it was a trick I learned a while ago when I was doing the whole comic book thing even. And when you get your high-res sculpt, it all actually, even before that, get a good UV layout on a cage, because I always start with a low cage because my mind is always set for production. And I know ZBrush has so many methodologies and ways now to construct a mesh, but I'm old school, and being old school, I lay down a foundation that gives me a path to have all these things laid out so that I don't encounter any problems in the future as I work. By that I mean, when I'm working at a low resolution, I make sure my cage is animation friendly and UV'd properly. Got to make sure you have a proper UV layout. Now, with these things, I just subdivide that cage, knowing that it's animation ready, that my edge loops are in places where they look good, and that when you pass it on to an animator, they won't look at you with the side eye like, what's this garbage, man? Really? You better take this mess back. So, luckily, I have a good idea. I've learned to properly put my edge loops in places where, the character's going to deform, and have it deform properly, and then have that UV'd in a specific format where the UVs, you give enough UV space for the texture to really show up. Then you go back into ZBrush, and you subdivide this character to your high res, and all I did was then mask out areas. This is drawing them by hand, because I didn't do this with any procedural methods. I masked out by hand. I drew the masks on the body where I wanted the webbing to be placed. Then I inverted the mask, took it into deformations on the deformation tab, and inflate onto, depending on how far you want the mesh to come out, inflated it there. And that's really this simple trick, just a simple trick. Wow. Let me see what else we got. Oh, Kimberly Cornish. Kimberly, my girl, what's up? Just shout out to you. Kim and I that's my dancing days. I'm an artist. I'm multifaceted. I dance too, so you know. Kim, she has a son interested in this industry, and the program I use, programs, because there are a few, for a professional pipeline, and this is in no particular order: Photoshop, ZBrush, I can say Maya, and 3ds Max now. I use both. Substance Painter, and for my own personal work, Marmoset, to make it have it my own personal work when I'm making game res characters, real-time characters, Marmoset to give it that rendering. So there's a few. Once again, Photoshop, ZBrush, 3ds Max, Maya, Substance Painter, Marmoset. So there's a few. Let's see. Oh wow. Rusty, what's up? Wow, man, thank you for chiming in, sir. That's one of my good friends from back in the day when I was a little boy. It's my man. Russell asks, who was your favorite character artist growing up, and did he or she influence your style? Woo! Wow. That continues to grow to this day because I always run across new cats that are like hot. But back in the day, when we were kids, Russ, character artists that would span from Arthur Adams, because I thought he was legit. He's that dude. Moving forward from Arthur, Mike Mignola, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. Alan Davis, Bart Sears, and I know Bart personally. Cool dude. Got a story about him too. Moving up a little further, Todd McFarlane. Some people hate him, some people like him, but the dude made a page pop off the paper and he made it hot. So you got to give him credit where credit is due. Jim Lee, but I gotta give him respect. So there's a few, and then that segues over to the 3D world. So there's a few. Let me see. Who else? Shane. Let me see. Shane asks me. So I was curious. What's the difference between Substance and Marmoset? Oh, it's a big difference, Shane. The difference being Substance is an application where you take your low cage mesh. This Substance and Marmoset are alike in this one instance only. And that being baking out your low res and high res meshes and presentation. They do both, because I've seen people, they use Substance to make a pretty render. You can use Substance for that, but you can also bake out your cages for your low and for your high res mesh onto your low res mesh. And Marmoset does the same now. Marmoset is very and it does a little bit more, so depending on your preference. But Marmoset primarily is for you to use as your presentation for your final render when you're finished with everything. So there are few similarities, but Substance is really that application that's going to help you along in the pipeline. When you're finally done, then you go to Marmoset. So those being the major differences. Let's see. Let's see. I'm reading. Did I miss anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. Back to Alonzo. AVT Pro. Lots of people are asking, can they work remotely? Now, this was a thing before this whole epidemic happened. It was a no-no, because I'll say it like this, the security at ZeniMax is tight. They don't play. So I make sure I'm on my P's and Q's, because I like my little piece of a job and I'm not trying to lose it. So, but now, having to make this quick turn in regards to still getting a product out, some majority of companies that have the capability have realized that we are able to now work from home. And fortunately, the people who helped make this decision, make it happen at ZeniMax, they kept us employed, thank God. So, I'm grateful. So, in this instance, I can only say during this pandemic, can you work from home? But once things settle, I don't believe that they will keep this as and this is, I'm shooting from the hip on this part, I don't believe this will be a mainstay, because they preferably would want you to make an appearance in the studio. So if you're a homebody and you think the pandemic is, working towards your cause, I mean, that's cool, but don't think this is going to be the norm when things revert back to normal. Maybe, but from what I've seen, I don't believe. There's some studios that allow you to, but as far as AAA studios, the big boys, like where I work, the big boys, they're not trying to hear it, honestly. And they may be hiring now, and you may be able to have access to work from home, but don't count on it. Don't count on it being that way forever. I'll say that. Let's see. We have any more questions? Oh wow. Let's see. Anybody else? Here we go. Michael Leung. Let me see what you got to say, man. What's the craziest thing that's happened when you were networking with someone? The craziest thing. That's an interesting question. I don't know if anything crazy has happened, because honestly, when you're networking, especially if you're working for a company, a AAA company, folks are watching. So you kind of want to, everybody's mindful and kind of want to stay on top of your game, because HR doesn't play. So usually those folks that pop off and they get carried away and they're on something that you use daily, HR's watching all that. So nothing really. Nothing. I haven't experienced anything like that. So now, yeah, wow, I guess I have to keep my eyes open. Let's see. Trying to see if there's any other questions. Thank you guys once again for coming through and chiming in. Yes, Zero Strike agreed. Also, outsourcing is something that they have the ability to work from home, but I'm gonna tell you right now, straight up, they're not gonna get paid like I get paid. That's outsourcing, and they treat outsourcing different. So keep that in mind, because if you're an outsourcer versus somebody that's in the studio, they're paying you different, and you don't get the same benefits. You're basically a contractor. So if you want to work and you have a certain lifestyle you want to have and benefits, keep those things in mind. Let me see. Am I missing anything? I'm just looking on my iPad now to see if I catch any questions that I might have missed, because my time is running short. I'm at 3:59 right now. I don't want to run over. And I think I got everybody, so hopefully. I want to give much thanks once again to Shay for inviting me. Katie, love you. Thank you once again for coming to me, and hopefully I dropped some knowledge and some nuggets of wisdom in regards to helping you along with your careers, and get in this thing and make something happen. Make some pretty art. Make some beautiful art. Make me go, damn, that's hot. So good luck to you in your ventures, and many thanks once again to everyone for chiming in and giving this brother a listen. Thank you. Let me see. All right, I think Shay's supposed to come in and have a pull the long hook out and drag me off stage. But I don't see any notifications yet. And I'm on Discord right now, so I want to check that really quick. All right, Shay, I'm going to drop off my
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Bobby, for that wonderful presentation. Awesome way to wrap things up. So that concludes our final presentation for this year's Digital Entertainment Conference. I'd like to thank all of our presenters, Katie Hirsch, Ryan Griffin, Eric Bakutis, and Bobby Foster, for taking the time to share their experience with everyone here today. You do such a great job with these presentations, you make it look easy, but I know how much thought and effort goes into them. And so I'd like to know that we really appreciate everything you do for the students. For the next hour, or for however long everyone wishes to stick around, we'll give everyone a chance to talk to each other in the Discord. Feel free to ask the presenters more questions, meet the other attendees, and overall just have fun. Thank you for being a part of Digital Entertainment Conference 2020, and speaking on behalf of the club, we hope to see you again next year.